Welcome to the Broken Baker, where crimes are baked in every show. Mysteries rise and truth unfolding. Ready, set, it's time to go. We say it's time to go. Listen to the battering news. Mix the story, solving the lies.
I have some motion.
Trend secrets are broken with a spark in our eyes. In the Broken Baker's kitchen, the secrets crumble like sunrise. We'll sift the clues, defy the rules. With a spark in our eyes, the broken arise. Broken arise. Welcome to the Broken Baker. Get ready. Let's go.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this little impromptu stream where I might have done a little boo-boo and shared the wrong link, so I am just changing that. Come on. Sorry. Today will be the case of Ohio v. Quinton Nixon. Maybe a pro se, but it sounds now like he have a lawyer. But it's a case I just saw 10 minutes ago. That's why everything is a little bit out of whack. And I will be with you as soon as I have told everyone we are live. And yes. Whew. All the stress I get. I'm always late. Oh, I didn't see that one. Well, I try to see everything, but it's a little hard sometimes. That's what she said. It's another case they are moving. Okay. But I just heard them come up and here file some motion. This hopefully will be a pro se case, a bench trial, so no jury, should be moving quite faster than normal cases move. No, that's Sarah Boone. No, it's not that I'm late. It's just that I thought we weren't doing anything today. Jamie had said, no, I don't want to work today. Take a day off again. And then she started screaming at me saying, why aren't you streaming? I said, why should I be streaming? Are you streaming? She said, I'm working. Why aren't you working? And because I'm a grifter, I have to stream. But let's see what this case is about.
Both by the state and by the defense regarding this case. It's set for trial this morning. Unfortunately,
Oh, it's another case. Well, I didn't need to stress. Whew. Well, everything's fine again. So let's, what's the case about? As I said, it's from Ohio. It's a man named Quinton Nixon. He's 33, who is accused of pewing Toni Westover, who's 34, on July the 25th, 2022. And he was apprehended a month later. The sister of Westover told that Westover and her boyfriend went over to a house in Akron, Ohio, where an altercation took place, and she was pewed. There's no really motive or any connection between the two, so it's going to be quite interesting. And apparently she texted her friends that something isn't right, something doesn't feel right. So apparently something bad was going on in that house. And again, pro se defendant, the best kind of defendants, and a bench trial. So it's only the judge. There's no jury. Normally those cases move a lot faster. But he's up for unaliving and felonious assault. So kind of the same as we saw in last week's trial out of Ohio. Jamie is always whipping me. Available now in my merch store. So you can buy it to your favorite YouTuber. Or maybe you're not so favorite YouTuber and send it as a, man, you're nothing but a grifter. Yeah, I like it. It moves faster. You say that wrong. Grifter? No, I say it correctly. Hey, alternate juror. And Gabby. Hey, Kim. Good morning from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, California. Yeah, it was. I just saw it pop up, and then I thought, oh, I'm gonna run in and set up a stream because it was supposed to go live 3 minutes ago, and nothing happened. Hey, Alley Cat. I'm brokenhearted. I am swell. I had a day off yesterday, so I slept. I don't know, almost 11 hours yesterday. That was nice. Hey, Holly and Rose. Happy October this year is flying by. Yes, my daughter had her 21st birthday yesterday. Janine. And Sue. The only Danish word I learned, I apparently on the YouTube no list. What? No, comfort is a Danish word. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted members. I don't even have my stream up and running. I'm so confused of myself. No, I don't want automated ads. Thank you, Holly Mac, for 5 memberships to Coffee Nut and Alley Cat, Jackie Seidel, Gil Ritchie, and Yamaha Biker. Hey, Jennifer Duncan. Yeah, it's funny. We're 25 years old and our kids are that old. Normally, I don't sleep 11 hours. I totally crashed and then I slept 9 hours, got up, went to the gym, lay down on my bed to listen to an audiobook just to relax a bit, slept 2 more hours. Couldn't sleep when I went to bed last night, so there's always a downside. And I was up at 4:30 this morning. It's pronounced Akron. Could we make a deal, Americans, that you start spelling words the way you want it said? Because every time I try to pronounce anything, I'm told it's Stoughton, it's Fall River, it's Kearney, it's Akron. At what point are you just pulling my leg and say, well, it's pronounced lullaby? Good morning, Betsy. Oh, Celestial's here. Hello, Celestial. Darren Cousins, and Jen. And they are metric hours too, so that's probably 3 American days. Maybe. Zachariah, all that beauty sleep and nothing to show for it. Well, imagine if I hadn't had all that beauty sleep. I would have looked like that fish you're holding. But thank you so much, Zach. Oh, you live an hour away, so you will be our in-court reporter this week. Becca, thank you so much for volunteering to do that. It's parked a car. No, that's the funny thing is no one I listen to say the words the same way. It's like a Worcester sauce, Worcestershire sauce. Well, we do have Middelfart. You can say that one. Bum, 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 bum. Why are you in chat? Aren't you Tuesdays and Thursdays are your day off, right? I believe so. I should come to Pittsburgh and hear how we pronounce everything. Pittsburgh, that's in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I could go there. Isn't it in Pennsylvania? Pittsburgh, PA. Yeah, that must be Pennsylvania. I don't know. This is the toy show. No drama, only angry lift, back and by, baby. Barbecue, rock the day, be fun, be you, and rock. Happy on birthday, Baker. Chill, yo. Thank you, Toy. And yes, we were discussing what workout regiment you should be having this morning on the experts Discord. And always do back and by and then chest and try the other day. It's the only correct way to do it. You get a little dumbbell. We have some other counties in Massachusetts with different accents. We make fun of each other. I heard a rumor, it's probably not true, that Denmark is the place with the least inhabitants and the most accents. Actually, today our parliament has their big opening debate, and there's been a big controversy because there's 179 people in the Danish parliament. 4 of those are elected, 2 on the Faroe Islands, 2 in Greenland. And one of the Greenlandian members of parliament wanted to do her speak in Greenlandic. I don't know what you would call the Greenland's language. And they said, nope, you're in the Danish parliament, you can talk Danish, and we'll make sure to translate it for you, like they do in every other nation. America, for example, have chosen to have English as their parliamentary language. Canada has French and English. European Union have French and English as well. It's just to make it easier. No, she's a weirdo. She wanted to make a statement. And the first thing people ask, which one of the 2 dialects from Greenland do you want to use in the parliament? Couldn't really answer that. And she's born in Denmark, but she lives up there now. So now she's a martyr for the original people. And they say, why? But young people in politics. Thank God for them. Hey, Wendy Müller. And 15 Drogues from South Wales. You prefer a bicep toes and glutes thumb split. Well, you can't really work your toes and your thumbs because if you work your thumbs, it's your underarm that have the muscle to move it. The more you know. Well, it's available in my store. I was told I need to promote it more. Grift. It's because I couldn't find a grifter shirt, so I made my own. Massachusetts isn't as bad as Louisiana. I'm working in our Cheetah Parish today. Our Cheetah Parish. I heard that this trial is postponed. Well, I don't know. It might be. I just saw it was going to go today, so maybe. Nope, it was another trial. The judge said Nixon is going forward because it's an older case. We have a very unique accent. It's referred to as Pittsburghese. We you all says Jens for. Baker, it was lawn and crim. I must have misunderstood. Well, it's all known and crim. But no, I hope it's going forward because other than that, you have that officer who unalived the judge. It's just a pre-trial hearing. I know Aiden is in court right now, but there's no Zoom feed according to Marissa. They don't have court Zoom today, so nothing else really going on. And I thought with a bench trial we can be in and out before this week is done, so we are ready for next week with the lovely Alkilek, straddle that bush, make me. Sarah Boone, beginning next week. My name is Puddle, and I'm here to say all the glute work is beginning to pay. Baker's butt is hot and ready to play, but I prefer toys because I ain't happy. Well, too bad for you. You don't know what you're missing. Valhalla liked it. That's 70s Baker. Even really listened to the judge and still misunderstood it. Nope, you can't get a washi tour out of that one. You have uawa to begin with. You can't get a wa out of those letters. I'll stand firm on that one.
I don't want there to be issue.
I like to go swimming with bow-legged women and swim between the legs. Quack. Well, at least something's happening. Boone starts jury selection Monday.
Oh, I
See you, Puddle.
think the judge has to do it.
Well, why are you sitting in chat and not in the courtroom to be our legally blonde of this week? It's French. Je parle pas un peu français. That doesn't. No. OAU doesn't make that sound in French. You can't get a wah sound. I'm just saying. I don't believe you. No, he's not a subset. He's a pro se litigant. Pro se litigant is someone who believes in the law but defends himself. A subset is an idiot. Oui. That's not wah. Kimpers can go. She's closer. Well, she's at work, so Becca, chop chop. You'll live an hour away. If you step on it, you can be there in 45 minutes. Go tell them to start court. Hey, Hyacinth. But no, I don't think I've ever covered any subsivs on this channel. Daryl Brooks was before my time. That was back in the rackets days. And subsivs don't believe in the law, and they don't believe the law applies to them. A pro se litigant is just a civil lawyer. It's just someone who will uphold the same rules. They never do because they're idiots. But keep that camera steady. But they are supposed to work on the same rules like a normal lawyer do. I need to see your previous comments. I don't see anything. You know that. It's Cajun Creole, not French. Well, Louisiana is influenced by the French because up until when did you buy the Louisiana land purchase? Was that that was right after the Napoleonic Wars, right? 1815 or something like that. When did you buy Louisiana?
All right, so.
There's a
just
difference
so you
between
know,
living on your own land off the
first
grid and
two
and the
witnesses,
subsets.
do not want to be videotaped. You can, I mean, clearly play their audio, but no, put it on something on the wall. Please, thank you. All right, go ahead, call the cases, please.
Your Honor, this is the State of Ohio versus Quinton Nixon.
Thank
We are
you.
here on two cases, case numbers 2022-06-2276 and 2022-09-3102. Mr. Nixon is present.
Isn't that the saying? A client who has himself for a law, no, a person representing himself has a fool for a client. I think is the one they say it.
With standby counsel Joe Perry for the defense for the state, Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Felicia Easter.
I like the standby counsel pink suit. That's a statement.
And Jeremy Villette.
Thank you very much. All right, so we are, it's 9:20. We're proceeding with trial. There are some motions that were filed late last week that the court is going to address before we get started. All the previous orders that I have either granted or found or held in abeyance, I will rule after hearing the testimony. So first we have the motion to dismiss filed by Mr. Nixon on September 20th.
You should measure by Napoleonic Wars. Remember, you'll never have your freedom if the French didn't help you out in your independence war. You should thank the French. Imagine having to have the French help you fight your wars.
Yes, for motion to dismiss based on vindictive prosecution. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I don't think I ever have I never covered a bench trial. I watched bench trials.
Yeah, that we can copy.
It's a bench trial. It's a bench trial. There's no jury.
Your Honor, that motion was filed by me based on several of my rights have been violated since the beginning of this
Unaliving and felonious assault.
court proceeding or endeavor. I did not have a preliminary hearing I wasn't afforded a lawyer at the proper time, at the most critical stage in the case. And a lot of my rights were being waived without my knowledge. Donald Malarsic was my lawyer at the time of the case. When the case started, I believe his excuse was he was sick, I believe. Well, I had 2 arraignments I wasn't present for in municipal court, and a grand jury hearing I wasn't present for or notified of, as well as my preliminary hearing. And me denied those rights have prejudiced and affected my case in a very negative way. Had I would have been afforded a preliminary hearing or being allowed to testify at the grand jury hearing as a witness,
You don't do
technically I'm
that.
still,
That's not what you do at a grand
innocent.
jury hearing.
I believe my case would have moved forward in a different direction. And a lot,
For anyone who's thinking, "Oh, this sounds like it has legs to walk on," no. A grand jury is where the state gets to put in all the evidence they want, and you don't have a say. Just go back, look at the Karen Reed hearing and all the testimony people gave in front of the grand jury that they changed in court. So that's not a right he lost at that point.
of things that have to be clarified now would have been clarified in the beginning. I'm entitled to a right of competent. At the time, I was entitled to a right competent lawyer. And yeah, him not being there violated my rights as well. So that's what that motion was based on.
All right, thank you. Ms. Easter, anything on behalf of the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will respond. The defendant's claim to the motion as titled, the state does not believe are on point or pertinent to the vindictive prosecution. The defendant is arguing procedural matters that have been argued throughout the course of this case that the court has already ruled on. As for the motion itself, he cites general state and U.S. constitutional law. It's not stated with specificity regarding vindictive prosecution. I actually have not been privy to vindictive. I would align this in terms of a motion he already filed and has been denied by the court, which is selective or malicious prosecution. I will not state those grounds again, but we argued that as stated in previous motion hearings, Your Honor.
Thank you. So it does seem as if this motion is cloaked in arguments of all previous motions that the court has ruled on with regards to the preliminary hearing. There was an indictment process that superseded that preliminary hearing process. As for the grand jury, I've already previously ruled on that issue, and with regards to Mr. Nixon indicating that he was denied the ability to testify. There was never a request to testify, and therefore there was no denial of him to testify at the grand jury. And therefore, the motion to dismiss based on vindictive prosecution is denied. The next is Mr. Nixon's motion with response to medical records. I've read your motion, Mr. Nixon, and without any additional arguments, those records were ordered by the court based on arguments that you made during the motion to suppress, and based on that ruling that I've ruled on, that motion is denied. The next is the motion to dismiss felony charges for delay of preliminary hearing. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
AJ was in here earlier. Get it together. Hey, Nigel. This is a pro se bench trial, so no jury and no lawyer on his behalf. Unaliving a woman and felonious assault. Good morning, genitals. Both genitals and Shaquille O'Neal
Okay,
in one day.
Your Honor, so my indictment says direct indictment. This is a murder case. My charges cannot be direct indicted. And I was in Summit County's custody at the time.
Ahoy, ahoy.
And it was said that my lawyer waived my right to a preliminary hearing.
Is that it?
Bless you.
No, Your Honor.
No connection between him and the victim. She is at a house, texts someone like an hour before, says, I got a weird feeling. And an hour and a half later, she is pewed in the face. And this guy's apprehended a month later. But more than that, I don't know. So it's going to be interesting. It's a bold choice to go pro se at a bench trial because sometimes I would, if the state has a wonky case, I would go for a bench trial and leave the jury out of it. But hopefully, I don't know this judge either. Maybe she's good, maybe she's not.
Not
Ohio has suspended the DP for the governor. Suspended it, I think, 2 years ago. So you can't get the DP in Ohio right now.
Notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary in criminal rule 5B shall be accorded a preliminary hearing within 15 consecutive days after the person's arrest. If the accused is not held in jail in lieu of bail or on pending charge, or within 10 consecutive days after.
Pro se means you are your own lawyer. It's the same as in the Sarah Boone case where she wasn't afforded a lawyer after her 8th lawyer had to quit. Then you go pro se. It means you defend yourself. He is not represented, but he has standby counsel, which is a professional lawyer sitting next to him who he can turn around and ask, what? And who can help him. But the lawyer is not representing him. He is representing himself. It's also, some people call it pro per. But I think Dale Brooks called it pro se pro per because he didn't understand that it's the same thing.
The person's arrest, if the accused is held in jail in lieu of bail on the pending charge, except as provided in Division C of Section 2945.73 of the revised code, shall be brought to trial within 270 days after the person's arrest. Being that I have 2 charges, that is what I fall up under. Discharge for delay in trial. A charge of felony shall be dismissed if the accused is not accorded a preliminary hearing within the time required by sections 2945.71, 2945.72 of the revised code. Such a dismissal has the same effect as a nolle prosequi. Upon motion made at or prior to the commencement of trial, a person charged with a misdemeanor shall be discharged if the person is not brought to trial within the time required by the sections 2945.71 and 2945.72 of the revised code. Such discharge is a bar to any further criminal proceedings against the person based on the same conduct, regardless of whether a longer time limit may be provided by the section 2945.71 and 2945.72 of the revised code. A person charged with a misdemeanor shall be discharged if the person is held in jail in lieu of bond awaiting trial and the pending charge for a total period equal to the maximum term of imprisonment which may be imposed for the most serious misdemeanor charge, for a total period equal to the term of imprisonment allowed in lieu of payment of the maximum fine which may be imposed for most serious misdemeanor charge within the offense or offenses charged constitute minor misdemeanors. A discharge under B2 of this section is a bar to any further criminal proceedings against a person based on the same conduct. A person charged with a felony who is not brought to trial within the time by sections 2945.71 and 2945.72 of the revised code is eligible for release from detention. The court may release the person from any detention in connection with charges pending trial and may impose any terms or conditions on the same.
This is the same thing they did in the Sarah Boone case, where they're just citing general law without connecting it to the case. This is absolutely BS, and I hope the judge shuts him down soon and says, "Yeah, that's fine. Let's go on. We can speed him up because this will go nowhere."
And release that the court considers appropriate. C2, upon the motion made at or before commencement of trial, but not sooner than 14 days before the day of the person would be eligible for release pursuant to Division C1 of this section, the charges shall be dismissed with prejudice unless the person is brought to trial on those charges within 14 days after the motion is filed and served on the prosecuting attorney. If no motion is filed, the charge shall be dismissed. The prejudice unless the person is brought to trial on those charges within 14 days after it is determined by the court that the time for trial required by the sections 2945.71 and 2945.72 of the revised code has expired. If it is determined by the court that the time for trial required by sections 2945.71 and 2945.72 of the revised code has expired, no additional charges arising from the same facts or circumstances or its original charges may be added during the 14-day specified under this division. The 14-day period specified under this division may be extended at the request of the accused or on the account of the fault of misconduct of the accused. Preliminary hearings in cases. In felony cases, the defendant is entitled to a preliminary hearing unless waived in writing. Your Honor, they do not have my handwritten signature in writing. Not one lawyer has my signature in writing that I waive my preliminary hearing. If the defendant waives his preliminary hearing, the judge or magistrate shall forthwith order the defendant bond over to the court for common pleas, except upon good cause shown. Any misdemeanor other than a minor misdemeanor arising from the same act or transaction involving a felony shall be bonded over or transferred with a felony case. If the defendant does not waive the preliminary hearing, the judge or magistrate shall schedule a preliminary hearing. I repeat, if the defendant does not waive a preliminary hearing, the judge or magistrate shall schedule a preliminary hearing within a reasonable time.
Akron.
There was not a preliminary hearing scheduled. But in any event, no later than 10 consecutive days following or service of the summons, if the defendant is in custody.
No, he's not a subset. He's just a pro se.
And not later than 15 consecutive days, arrest or service of summons. If the defendant is not in custody, the preliminary hearing shall not be held. However, if the defendant is indicted. I was indicted, but I was in custody. I still should have been afforded my preliminary hearing.
All right, anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Excuse me, Your Honor, the state argues again that this issue has already been litigated in previous hearings. We actually just talked about it in the previous motion. The defendant, Mr. Nixon, just read in his last line, if there's a indictment held, that is sufficient. There was an indictment with the grand jury process in a timely manner, Your Honor.
Thank you. So again, I've addressed this issue in numerous motions already filed by the defendant or Mr. Nixon addressing the preliminary hearing issue. I will address it again and then rule on this motion. The state or Summit County's indictment process is what is referred to as a direct indictment process instead of or in lieu of a preliminary hearing. The evidence is submitted to the grand jury for their determination. This grand jury issued a true bill, and therefore Mr. Malarsik's waiver of the prelim at the Akron municipal arraignment, it was appropriate. What Mr. Nixon is referring to is when there is not a direct indictment process and the defendant consents to a direct bind over and waiver of the grand or preliminary hearing process. And therefore these issues are moot because the grand jury did hear evidence and did return an indictment, a true bill outlining the charges. And so therefore this motion is denied. The last and final motion is the motion for a continuance of the trial that I believe was filed I don't see its timestamp, but late last week. Go ahead, Mr. Nixon.
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to put on record that a direct indictment is also known as information or direct filing. It is a legal process in which prosecutor initiates criminal charges against an individual.
Is he just reading the definition right now? You're supposed to talk about why you want a delay. Come on. It sounds like the judge is already really fed up with him.
Without involving a grand jury. Instead of presenting evidence and seeking an indictment from a grand jury, the prosecutor files a formal charging document called information directly with the court. Direct indictments are typically utilized for less serious offenses or cases where the evidence is clear. And involving a
Are
grand
you
jury.
arguing your motion to continue? Are you arguing the motion I just ruled on?
I'm not
Because if you're
arguing.
arguing the motion that I just ruled on, you're going to move on and we're going to address your motion to continue.
I have a right to be heard, Your Honor. I'm not
I
arguing.
have heard you. I have read your motion and I've now ruled. So
I'm
we're
not
moving on
arguing
to, we're moving on to the next motion.
Your
Do
Honor,
you
I'm
want
not-
to make any arguments to this court on the motion?
Your
to
Honor, I'm not
continue?
arguing anything. I'm putting something on record.
Your motion's on record. Everything you've read is on record. We're moving on your motion to continue. Do you want to address those issues in that motion or do you want me to just rule? So here's your opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. That motion to continue was put in due to the fact that I still do not have all discoverable evidence. It was brought to my attention that the victim vehicle was on scene, and I don't have the tow inventory sheet or what was found in that vehicle. As well as the SWAT's narrative. I have a list of SWAT names, but I don't have the actual officers that breached the home. So I can't cross-examine them if I don't have their name and badge number. I have a rough draft or a summary of what they're saying happened, but I don't know who are the physical officers that breached the home at the time of my arrest. So I put that motion in to ask for a continuance of the trial date because we're moving forward and I don't have all the evidence.
Then
Anything
it's
else?
Brady.
Nope.
All right. So in your motion, it also talks about the SWAT video, which I think has been established on the record that the SWAT team does not wear body worn camera with regards to what he has just argued, Ms. Easter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state has turned over all the evidence that we have. We have inquired to SWAT, to APD, and the detective is sitting with me as to all the evidence. I've turned over everything that we have. The specific statement about Toni Westover's vehicle that was on scene, Mr. Nixon was in court yesterday. He did ask me that same question. I did let him know that there is no tow report because her car was not towed since it was the victim's. Her family was notified and they came and recovered the vehicle.
All right. So I am satisfied and the court has taken painstaking efforts to give Mr. Nixon the opportunity to be brought over to court to review all the discovery. I have every time he has asked for something that he says he doesn't have or didn't receive, I have required the state of Ohio to either indicate to the court whether it exists or doesn't exist. I am satisfied that the state is in compliance with Rule 16, and therefore the motion to continue is denied. We are ready to proceed. On behalf of the state?
Yes, SWAT didn't wear body cams.
No, that was a question. Are you?
Oh, yes, Your Honor,
All
thank
right.
you.
Mr. Nixon, are you ready?
Oh, there are a couple
Yeah,
preliminary.
hold on. First I need to get his answer on the record. Mr. Nixon, are you ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I would ask the court for oral motion to separate the witnesses.
Seclude.
I don't want,
That's all you need to say.
Okay.
I know exactly where you're going. And I am ordering that anyone in the courtroom that is going to testify may not remain in the courtroom until their testimony is completed, with the exception of Detective Hornacek, who the state is permitted to have a representative sit with them at trial. So he is permitted to remain. Anyone else? And I'll make sure that the state of Ohio monitors who enters the courtroom to make sure that none of their witnesses enter the courtroom before they testify. The rule also applies to you. So I don't know if you have anybody that you plan on calling to testify or anyone so you have to monitor too if you have witnesses subpoenaed, that they're not in the courtroom before they testify. Once they're done testifying, they can remain.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Easter, what are your preliminary motions?
Your Honor, at this time, in case number 2022-09-3102, the state moves to dismiss count 4 of the indictment. That count 4 is having weapons under disability, a felony of 3rd degree. Also, Your Honor, just for the record, since it's the day of trial, I know the court inquired of the defendant on the clothes he would like to be brought over in. The court gave the defendant on the record the option of street clothes or the jumpsuit that he currently is in. Mr. Nixon opted for the jumpsuit. This is
He has a standby counsel. It's a guy who is not his lawyer, but he can ask questions of if he has any legal questions. We saw that in the Bradley Yawn case as well. That guy was just sitting behind him to his right. They are afforded a standby counsel. He can help them figure out the legal stuff, but he can't he can't represent them in the case. My kid wrote "get" instead of "get" on a spelling test. My husband blamed grandma's accent. Thank you so much for a friendly chat. Well, thank chat for a friendly chat. But I have everyone's saying they have the best chat. I have a top 3 chat on the YouTubes.
a trial to the court.
Zach
Court
comes
is
by
able to
sometimes.
discern the two with no prejudice or bias involved.
Thank
Hey,
you.
miss.
All right, Mr. Nixon, they are moving to dismiss count 4, which is the weapons under disability. And based on that motion, I'm assuming you have no objection.
No, Your Honor.
All right, count 4 is dismissed. And then, Mr. Nixon, again, I'll inquire. The last time we were in court having hearings, I did inform you that you were able to wear street clothes if you chose to, or remain in your orange jumpsuit. At that time, you indicated that you were fine with wearing an orange jumpsuit. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I am satisfied then that Mr. Nixon understands what his options were and the fact that it is a trial to the court. Him being in a jail uniform has zero effect on this court, as the court is well aware that Mr. Nixon has been in custody since his arrest. All right, Ms. Easter, you may begin with opening statements. You may.
Baker's chat is moist. Thank you, Bad Dog.
All right. Your Honor, we are here to hold the defendant, Mr. Nixon, responsible for the actions he chose to take. We are here to hold him accountable for what he did on June 5th, 2022, and July 2nd, 2022. The state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Mr. Nixon, committed the crimes of improperly handling a firearm in a motor vehicle, murder with a firearm specification, and there are 2 counts, felonious assault with a firearm specification, and tampering with evidence, and that these acts were not committed in self-defense. Before I get into what happened and who all was involved, I want to take a minute to talk about self-defense, Your Honor. Self-defense, as the court knows, is the defendant saying, I did it. It was me. I did it. I just had a legal justification for doing it.
The judge knows.
Your
this.
Honor, self-defense is when the
Hold on.
defendant was not at fault in creating a situation giving rise to the affray, and the defendant had reasonable grounds to believe that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. And the defendant had an honest belief, even if mistaken, that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. And the defendant was in a place he had a legal right to be. And I know the court realized I emphasized the word "and." All of those, as the court is aware, must be present for the affirmative defense of self-defense. The state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt, as stated, this was not self-defense. So the state will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was at fault in creating the situation giving rise to the affray. Or, that may be a 2-letter word, but it is very important, or the defendant did not have reasonable grounds to believe that he was in imminent, immediate danger of death or great bodily harm. Or the defendant did not have an honest belief, even if mistaken, that he was in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. And lastly, or the defendant was not in a place he had a legal right to be. And again, I stress that word "or" because the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt just one of those criteria, just one. And the affirmative defense fails. And if that affirmative defense fails, you're left with, I did it. It was me, with no legal justification. Now, what happened and who all was involved? On June 22nd, 2022, Your Honor, at 809 Kenmore Boulevard, multiple 911 calls were received regarding shots fired. The callers gave a description of the suspect vehicle. When the officers arrived on scene, they saw the defendant driving a vehicle that matched. Once the defendant stopped and the officers approached the car, they saw an AK-47 on the driver's seat. More ammo was found in and about the car. The defendant was
Brandon.
arrested and he was Mirandized, Your Honor. Under Miranda, he said, people are messing with him. He thought people were pulling up on him. However, he also admitted to firing multiple rounds in the air and that he bought the rifle from a guy off the streets and carries it for protection. Your Honor, you will hear these 911 calls and see the firearm that the officers found on the driver's seat. Now, what happened on July 25th, 2022, and who all was involved? Well, it was at 2260 Maryland Avenue. Who all was involved was Angel McClain and Ronald Crew. They were both living at 2260 Maryland Avenue. It was actually Angel McClain's apartment that Ron Crew had been staying with her, living with her for quite a while. You also have Adam Wright, Ashley Broughton, and the defendant, Quinton Nixon. They all had been staying there visiting between 1 and 3 weeks or so as well. Finally, you have Brian Fielders and Toni Westover. They had come over that day, July 25th, 2022, to visit. Now you have about 7 people in this tiny apartment, and I believe I call it in the house. It's an apartment, Your Honor. In this apartment, small apartment. Everyone was doing drugs. Their drug of choice was meth. They were doing it multiple times a day for multiple days prior. Everyone was getting high, feeling the effects of getting high. They were enjoying themselves. They were all getting along and having a good time. There was no arguing, no fussing, no fighting, Your Honor. The defendant was high, and due to lack of sleep and the effects of the drugs, and thinking Toni was the police, he grabbed Toni's gun. Now, how did he know about this gun? They were in the living room, Your Honor. Toni needed something out of her purse. That gun, she emptied the contents on the table, and there was the gun. After he grabbed that gun out her purse, a tussle ensued.
Brandon, I know it's not Sunday, but don't lie.
Toni tried to get her gun back. He pinned Toni up against the door, the wall by the door, by her hair and neck, and he shot her, Your Honor. Again, prior to this happening, everyone was getting along. Everyone was no arguing, no fighting, no fussing. Now, he shoots Toni on the base of the neck and the arm. Brian Fielders and Adam, who was out there in the living room kitchen area, tried to help because the defendant was waving the gun, pointing at everybody. They tried to help. Brian Fielders tried to wrestle him and even bit his lip and bit the defendant on the cheek, on the face. And he'll testify to that. Adam, who had his own weapon, pulled his own weapon and tried to stop the defendant. Evidence and testimony will show the other individuals I named in this small apartment were in the back bedrooms, Your Honor, at this time. They will testify that when they heard the ruckus and the noise, they came out and looked. They will testify they saw the defendant have Toni pinned up against the door area, the wall by her head with a gun close to her, pointing it at her. And as soon as they fled back into the rooms, they heard the shots. They heard the shots go off that killed Toni. Now, once this happened, everybody, again, smoking, a lot of individuals had warrants, they decided to flee. They jumped off the balcony that is connected to Ron Crew's room. As the defendant fled the scene, Your Honor, he took Toni Westover's gun and her purse, dropping the purse as he hit the ground, leaving it. No one was caught that day. No one was found that day. Prior to that, individuals were interviewed, with the exception of Adam Wright, who was recently interviewed. The defendant, Your Honor, was arrested approximately a month later on August 24th, 2022 at 525 Gridley Avenue. The defendant was arrested after a standoff with the police and SWAT had to be called out. Chemical agents were deployed in the house because the defendant was hiding in the attic in a small crawl space. By this time, the defendant had changed his appearance to try to evade capture. He had shaved his hair.
In the living room, dining room, bedroom, piano room, sounds like a lot of rooms, but maybe it's a utilitarian room. Thank you, Iris.
And his facial hair. SWAT did successfully apprehend the defendant that day, and he was interviewed. He was taken to the station and interviewed. Evidence and testimony will show that the defendant made admissions and he changed his story multiple times in this interview, Your Honor. In the beginning, he never fired a gun. That it was Brian saying Toni was the police. That he did not leave with a gun. Later, he admitted he had a gun and dropped it or lost it while he was running. He admitted using meth that day. And he said he shot Toni because they made it seem like if I didn't shoot her, they would kill me, Your Honor. The defendant said Brian, with his eyes, by the way he was looking at the defendant, told the defendant to shoot Toni. Your Honor, you will hear the 911 call. You will see the video of the individuals jumping out the balcony. You will see the photos from the scene. And you will have the medical examiner's manner and cause of death. You will also hear testimony from Angel Wright. The state is anticipating you hear testimony from Angel McClain, Ronald Crew, Ashley Broughton, Adam Wright, and Brian Fielders. Those are the individuals who were in that apartment that the state anticipates the court hearing from. Based on that evidence and testimony, Your Honor, the state is confident that you will find this defendant guilty of improperly handling a firearm in a motor vehicle that occurred on June 5th of 2022. You will find him guilty of the murder with the firearm specifications, both counts, felonious assault with a firearm specification, and tampering with evidence that occurred on July 25th of 2022. And most importantly, that these acts were not committed in self-defense. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Easter. Mr. Nixon, you may choose to stand if you want at the podium, or you may remain seated. It's your choice.
Grand Rising, ladies and gentlemen of the court. The case that is being presented today by the state of Ohio is not murder, nor is it felonious assault. Things aren't always what they seem. This case is a case of facts, truth, and common sense.
He sounds
It
like
is not
Brad
murder
Young.
if it is self-defense in defense of others. It is not felonious assault if it is stand your ground. It is not my responsibility to prove defense, self-defense, or defense of others or stand your ground. It is on the state to prove it wasn't. I will ask this court to put aside emotion as much as possible with respect to the victim and pay attention to the facts and hear the truth. The truth is the truth. You can't hurt the truth. You can't help the truth. Only thing you can do is hide the truth. And the truth is the state is attempting to hide the truth. I, Quinton Nixon, am not a convicted felon. And me not being a convicted felon, I'm allowed to carry a gun. But I did not have a gun that night of this incident. I was in complete fear for my life. And through testimony from several witnesses,
He has forfeited his right to wear, well, not forfeit. He said no, thank you when they asked him if he wanted to wear street clothes. It's a bench trial. There's no jury here, so that it doesn't matter.
as well as the exculpatory evidence, I will be able to prove without a reasonable doubt that my actions were justified in the provisions of law. There are questions that need to be answered. Such questions would be, what is a procedure when someone brandishes a weapon? What do you do? What is a procedure when someone puts a gun to your head? What do you do? And you don't have a gun. I have my OPATA, Ohio Peace Officer Academy certificate, which my job of choice was armed security that I did for several years. And human nature, when put in situations like that, it is either fight or flight. And
Put some electrolytes in it.
I'm being persecuted
Oh,
because
I
I
thought
chose to fight for my life. I chose to stand my ground. I was legally allowed to be where I was at. I could never have started the situation or the
I'm a little confused. He has a certificate from some police academy he doesn't know the name of. He's an armed guard. He has no prior, or at least no felonies prior, and he's at a place where he's legally allowed to be. If his toxicology comes back with meth in the system, I'm pretty sure you are not allowed to be on meth while carrying a pew-pew. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Ohio is a bit different, but I'm thinking meth and pew-pews are not. It's kind of like oil and water, I think.
fray. If I didn't have a gun, the state claims that I was high. There's no proof of me being high. The only proof of anyone being high is the person that is deceased because it was found in the toxicology report. So through testimony from the state's witnesses, as well as my testimony myself of the actual events that happened that night, I would be able to better prove my argument of self-defense and stand your ground. Excuse me.
Are you? Well, we have to wait for his toxicology.
There was a room, a house, or an apartment full of people. I can't.
What about meth and ouzo? No one drinks ouzo unless they are in Spain, Brendan. If that's what you were on yesterday, go get some salt, fat, and electrolytes, because that's a killer.
Speak on what everyone was doing.
Thank you.
I know I was legally allowed to be there by the woman who came and picked me up from my home. These same people would tell you that I'd never had a gun. These same people would tell you that I could have never just went crazy. You don't just see people with guns and go crazy. You don't have one. That makes no sense. I did give inconsistent testimony or statement, or however you want to call it, because I was beaten by SWAT. I was barricaded in a wall, and they did throw gas ammunitions, which burn your skin. I did lose consciousness when the police stumped me out. I was under duress when I gave those statements. The truth is the truth. And through the witness's testimony that the state calls, you will be able to hear the truth. For a fair trial and everything in its totality of the circumstances be taken in consideration.
Well, there was an AK in his
I'm not a
car when
violent
the
person.
SWAT
I'm not a
apprehended
monster.
him.
This wasn't planned. This wasn't calculated. This was self-defense. I was being jumped and beaten. For what reason? Maybe it was because I was dealing with the woman whose home it was, and her ex-boyfriend was there. I don't know. You can never start the situation if you don't have a weapon.
Well, you can. Someone else can have it, and you can
That's
take
all,
it.
man.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Easter, you may call your first witness.
Hey, Marissa, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, I'm happy you're here because it went a little fast. So
Your Honor, the state calls
I didn't make coffee before we started.
Angel McLean.
They said she dumped her purse out and she had a pew, and he freaked out and grabbed it and thought she was the popo and shot her. Well, it happens.
Yeah, Popo doing meth, right?
Most popos hangs around on the crack dens. That's it's what they do.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I'm sorry. It's not Angel McLean. I'm sorry. It's also Sergeant.
He's a
Brooks.
pro se litigant. You look young, Ian. Are you following Young's school of is that psychotherapy? Can't remember my
Come on
Young.
up, Sergeant.
I don't know. This should be short, right? This trial.
It's
Do
a
you solemnly
bench
swear to
trial.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Probably
ahead
a
and have a
few
seat,
SWAT
please.
members.
Make sure the
all the people in the
microphone
room.
light is blue,
An
and then if
ME.
you'll keep your voice up and speak into the, please. All right, Mr. Villette, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Louis L. Brooks, Brooks,
Do you have
Where
a
do you work?
person called Daryl?
Akron Police Department,
And what do you do there?
Communications Supervisor,
And what's your current rank at the police department?
Sergeant,
And how long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
29 years.
When you first became police officer, did you go through academy?
Yes,
And are you still currently a certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
yes.
And prior to your current assignments, what other work have you done with the police department?
I was in patrol for 21 years, Detective Bureau for approximately 1 year, and currently in my current position about 7 years.
As supervisor in communications, what do you do?
I supervise the police and fire dispatchers.
Okay. And more specifically, what does that entail?
It entails scheduling their vacations, just all kind of human relations stuff. Monitoring 911 calls, making sure that they're getting answered properly.
And so if a citizen were to call in for 911, is that call recorded within the department?
Yes,
And is that a system that you have any
I'll make
access
myself
to?
a cup of coffee.
yes,
And do you have any oversight over that system?
yes.
How so?
Complete oversight of the calls that are coming in, all the police channels.
And so when a call comes in, is that call recorded?
Yes,
And is it recorded in real time?
yes,
And is it recorded completely?
yes.
And when a call comes in, how is it tied to, say, the related incident? How do you know that in the system?
You pull up the report number and you can tell what phone it came in, if they're calling from a cell phone or,
Okay, so everything's logged under the respective report number?
yes,
And are you able to, after the fact, go back and listen to those calls?
yes,
And are those calls kept in the same state that they first come in as?
yes.
I want to take you to an incident from June 5th of 2022. It would have been report number 2022 06888. Have you had a chance to go back and see if there were any calls related to that report number?
Yes,
And were there calls?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to go back and yourself listen to those calls?
yes, I have.
When those calls came in, did they appear to be accurately and completely recorded?
Yes,
Were they preserved in the system in accordance with standard Akron Police Department procedure?
yes, they were.
And when you reviewed those, was there any evidence of any alteration or any deletions in those calls?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to play the respective phone calls. Do you remember, let me go back. Do you recall how many calls there were?
Particularly on this one, I want to say one.
And if I were to say that there were 3 calls associated with that report, would that?
That would be accurate.
Okay. First, what will be marked as State's Exhibit 1, Your Honor. State would move to play that with court's permission.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not sure why there's not volume.
Why there's what?
Not volume.
Oh, that's a great question.
It appears to be the TV. I apologize, Your Honor.
Oh, this is why.
Oh, no. He just turned it all the way up.
Now I'll turn down.
We might get blasted in the ears.
Ken Masich, come out here, please.
Ugh. Good thing Baker's making coffee.
Go back down.
Oh, Your Honor, it appears the screen here might allow me to do so.
Try it.
He just turned
It
it down,
won't
so we should
maintain
be
the
good.
volume over here.
Right. So
I
every time I
apologize.
try to turn the speakers up and I move it, it goes back down. All right, unfortunately, we have to take a short recess to what?
Ugh.
I just had a suggestion, Your Honor, since it is to the court, laptops are kind of loud. Can
Yeah, sure.
we try if you?
Yeah,
can?
play it and put the speaker down there
Oh, good.
till they get
grief.
it figured out.
Yes, ma'am.
Since I asked them to check this all out before we started this morning.
2022, 22
Oh,
hours,
not bad.
31 minutes, 34 seconds.
Can the court hear that?
I can.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
809, Kimball Boulevard. Someone shooting a gun right next door to me.
Okay.
Oh,
And how many shots did you hear? And did you hear any fighting or any vehicles screeching off?
did you say 6?
No.
Okay, you said it's coming from right next door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anonymous.
And did you want to meet with the officers when they come out?
No, I'll remain anonymous.
All right. I will have them check the area.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Brooks, is that one of the phone calls that you were able to access?
Yes.
And is that an accurate recording of that phone call as you reviewed it?
Yes.
This time, the state would move to play State's Exhibit 2, Your Honor, which is the second 911 call.
You may.
June 5th, 2022, 22 hours, 31 minutes, 36 seconds. Akron 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Hey, somebody's out here on the boulevard shooting guns.
Okay.
Oh.
What area?
It's a corner of 10th Street and the boulevard. The dude lives right on the community center side. He just walked over there. It's a AR-15 or something.
Okay,
He just fucking busted up. Yeah.
did you actually see the weapon?
Bleep.
The mother, yeah. He's fucking getting in his car right now,
How
and
many
he's leaving. I'm gonna tell you, it's a gold Toyota. It's a gold Toyota. He's pulling out of the house. He's pulling on the boulevard right now, man. And he is. I'm waiting for him to pull out. I'm hiding behind a fucking cement pillar on my front porch. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. I hope Baker can hear this.
He's shooting at some dude on the boulevard. Oh shit. Is this dude coming back now? Oh shit.
How many shots did you hear?
Oh, probably fucking 9 or 10, 11 maybe. He's just sitting in the car. He's got no fucking care. He's got no fucks to give. He don't care. He's out in the middle. He's just sitting in his car, still talking shit to somebody. So
Did you see the AR-15?
yeah. Huh?
You said you seen an AR-15?
It's a fucking yeah. I mean, I could just see the silhouette. He's hanging it down.
YouTube language, please.
Did Sue call in? What's happening?
This sounds like Iris and Sue is joining the chat.
Were you listening while you were making coffee? That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's
It's like I can't stop it, so here we are.
well, it's yeah. Yeah.
It's fucking yeah. It's got a long barrel. Yeah.
Okay, so he's still sitting there?
Yeah. He's fucking sitting there right now. I don't know if he's waiting for the dudes to come back, but there's a cop. Oh, no, that's not a cop. Oh my God, man. He's pulling out and he's heading down the boulevard towards Circle K. He's heading west down the boulevard. It's a little Toyota Camry. It's tinted black window.
Thank you, Brandon, for this contribution to the swear jar.
There's a girl and a guy in the car, a white girl and a black guy. They actually live right. Huh?
What's the description of the vehicle? I mean, of the
It's a gold Toyota Camry, probably like a 2000, 2001.
It's an old one.
And it's got tinted black windows, and he's just driving down the boulevard. Wow. It's amazing how fast the police got here whenever the police were getting shot at. Like, wow. I can't believe that the cops
I love
are
this
not
place already.
fucking worried about what the hell happens in Kenmore. It is just ridiculous. Well, I'm going to get off of here because I don't know. It appears that nobody really gives a fuck, all right? I'm in my house. I'm fucking hearing bullets out.
Your Honor, just for the record, because this does keep going, I'm just going to stop it at 3 minutes and 10 seconds with the court's allowance.
Any objection, Mr. Nixon? Do you want it played in its entirety?
Yes, Your Honor. I was never in a vehicle.
No, we're not arguing about the facts. I'm asking you, he wants to stop playing this
Oh,
911
yeah,
tape,
no, there's no.
or do you want it played in its entirety?
Oh, yes, I would like to hear everything.
Go ahead.
Yeah, play it all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
The street. I called 911, and I mean, you're asking me a bunch of dumb questions. Where are the police?
Okay, I'm asking you questions so we can try to find this vehicle these people went in there.
Are the police coming, or have you fucking transferred that yet, or what?
Yeah, I already have to call in. I'm just getting information so we can try to find them.
Okay, well, I just gave you information. They just fucking drove away in a gold car, and they sat there for.
Okay, so
Wow.
we're getting someone out there, okay?
No wonder everyone's fucking carrying guns now. I'm about to fucking get one. Fuck this shit.
What's that noise? I guess that's why I didn't want to play it all.
There's people walking out on the boulevard. Anybody could have been just fucking hit by any bullet.
Sir, we have multiple cars coming into the area, okay?
Yeah. Where are the police?
They're heading towards that vehicle.
When there's a fire, 10 cops show up to a fire, but no cops are coming to a gunshot. That's just ridiculous, man.
Sir, the police aren't.
He's
where you are.
Iris's
They're
effing
going
twin.
after the vehicle. You said it pulled off, so they went there,
Yeah.
okay? And it looks like they already caught them, okay?
Well, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This time, they were calling, okay? I
Show him
appreciate
some sass.
All right, yeah, this ain't the first time. This happens right here at the boulevard. This is probably the 5th time in the last couple of years that shit like this has happened. And nobody does nothing. I got jumped out here and some people trying to rob me, and when the police came, and the guys, all the black guys took off, and I'm sorry, I'm white, and they were black. They were all black guys that took off running. They were jumping two innocent white people because they couldn't catch one white guy that they were trying to jump. And then when the police show up, the police throw me down on the ground and treat me like a criminal while they watch all them run away. All right? Then they never came back, let me file a report or anything. And one of the bystanders, somebody that came by the and seen me getting put down on the ground by the police, she's standing there, and this female cop is insinuating that I'm a big fucking drug dealer out here, and there was a drug deal going bad. No, it was 6 black people fucking jumping on 2 white people, and nobody does shit about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
You'll do something that once I get a gun and fucking start shooting somebody when they jump me, then you'll do something, right?
I'm sorry to hear that.
The police need to do better. You know, I'm talking to you. I need to go down to City Hall and do something. I'm gonna get a band of fucking people to go down there and protest at City Hall because you guys are fucking turning a blind eye to Kenmore, and it's ridiculous. Well, I'm glad that you guys got them.
Your description.
Well, good.
Okay, so I don't want you to think that we didn't care. That's why I was asking you all those questions so we can try to find them.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm out here. Somebody's got a high-powered fucking rifle out here shooting rounds off, and the police. I mean, I've seen the police come speeding up the fucking boulevard because there's a fire. Okay, 10 cop cars, and yeah, I've just seen some. There's just
Right,
too
Bear,
much
I'm
crazy
guessing
shit
you're
that
right.
goes on around here, and it seems like nobody does shit about it. So, and I'm an ex-felon. I do everything I can. I haven't been in trouble in 30 years. I do everything I can to stay out of trouble. All right? And I try to do the right thing, and then I'm getting jumped out in the boulevard and getting told I'm a fucking drug dealer. It's fucking stupid. Well, I appreciate you.
Brandon, you are not allowed to drop C-bombs in the chat. No. Nope. And but yes, this stream will be in at least yellow state when we're done.
At least.
There's a lot of gamer words being used.
When did it turn into like the comment section of 911?
Yeah. Well, he said if he had a pew pew, the police would get up there. Yeah. I don't know how much it adds to the trial. And again, there's no jury there. So irrational decision. I have nothing else but irrational decisions. Jamie isn't here to steer me clear.
And I'm sorry. I'm just fed up with this. Yeah. And I know it's like this all over the city. It's getting bad everywhere. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
At least he ended politely.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Brooks, was that also one of the calls associated with this report?
Yes.
And what I just played, is that a accurate recording of the 911 call that you reviewed?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, State would move to play State's Exhibit 3.
You may.
June 5th, 2022, 22 hours, 31 minutes, 40 seconds. Akron 911, operator 207.
Hey, I have a guy walking down the road. Hey, get out of the window, please.
Where?
I got a guy walking down the road, 10th Street Southwest, with it looks like a short barrel shotgun pistol grip.
Okay.
I just heard about 4 rounds go off.
You have.
I'm sorry, what?
Can you describe this guy to me? Is he white or black? White or black?
He's leaving. He's black.
Okay.
Maybe 5.5 foot tall, 5'8".
Brandon, you are mod on the channel, so you have to be better.
Leaving in a silver car, turning right on Kenmore Boulevard from 10th
Didn't they just say
Street.
it was a gold car?
Yeah. But he said he
Which
wasn't
way
in a
did he
car.
turn on the boulevard?
Well, hang on, he's sitting right now. He's looking out of the car now.
Is he by himself?
He went into did he get in the driver's seat, babe?
Yes.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat, so
Thank you.
I'm assuming he's by himself.
Okay. Is the vehicle on? Is it running?
Yeah, he's at the stop sign.
Oh, at least
You
he
didn't have to play on
obeys the
it
stop
now.
sign.
I can't know.
Thank you, Jess,
I'm about a block away.
for the
What's your name?
demonetization
Sorry.
fund.
Josh Myers,
Silver sedan.
and it's a silver 4-door sedan.
4 doors, more horse.
You don't know who the guy is?
No, I just.
No, we're sitting here watching TV, and I heard a couple rounds go off, and it sounded really close. So I looked out my bedroom window, and he was right there at the end of our road, right on the boulevard, walking back and forth, hollering and swinging the gun. He's turning left on the boulevard now, towards us, going towards like the library and everything.
Do you want the officers to stop and talk to you there? Or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
What is your address?
Oh,
Just because they list their address, Your Honor, if it's okay.
You may.
Skip that
Thank you.
portion.
Yes.
Right, and that would be at timestamp 220. So come back at timestamp 225.
All right, so we're gonna get someone out to you. And by the way, this is
Thank you, Bri
Rachel.
Bear, for becoming a member.
You're
Hey, Rachel?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say hi
He
really
knows her
quick.
name.
All right.
Hello.
We're gonna get
All
someone
right.
out there. If anything changes or if you get more
No.
information, please call us right back at 911.
All right, I'll keep my eye out.
All right, Josh, I'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
well, that wasn't as fun.
Sergeant Brooks. Was that the third call that was associated with this report?
Yes.
And what I played in court today, was that a accurate recording of the call is preserved in the Akron Police Department system?
Yes.
You reviewed.
Yes.
Toy, I did say this is the toy show because you wrote it in super chat, but Jamie also claims this is my channel, but we all know that's not true.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon, any cross-examination of Sergeant Brooks?
Yes, yes.
No, Your
yes.
Honor.
Thank you,
Oh.
sir. You may step down.
Boring.
Who's your next witness?
The Officer Costi from the Akron Police Department, Your Honor. Just so the court is aware, I did email your bailiff for the tech people because we have 2 videos.
Is that what he's gonna do now?
Yes.
All right, well, we're gonna stop then. So I'm sorry, Miss Easter. Tell him we're gonna take a short break so that they can, sorry.
Sorry.
So they can get the audio and video working. All right, we're going to adjourn. I have 10:20. We'll be back at 11:15. Thank you.
Well, where's Toy from? That's your next date, Baker. No, Toy is from Califas. So,
Well,
And,
I'll come back in a little before we start the call.
California and Florida are the 2 places I'm not going. So, you don't have to put the white noise on, just cut the audio. So, but Toy and I, next time we have a meetup somewhere in the US, we are going to hit a gym and lift some weights. And after that, we will go eat chicken nuggets at Chick-fil-A. I'm not a fan of barbecue. She wants to take me to get barbecue.
How can you not like barbecue?
Because most barbecue you get in Denmark is just a lot of fake smoke.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
that
that
fake
stuff's
smoke
gross.
flavor. It's, you know, those cheap barbecue sauces that people you can buy at the stores. It's just, ugh. I don't like those. Missed opportunity to talk about the discrepancies in 911 call. Yeah, he could have asked what color was the Camry, because they had 2 different colors, and the pew pew. None of them had the same description of the pew pew either. Yeah, don't go there unless you go to Pacific Beach. It's just, I think flying to California. What? No, I actually think I can fly straight. I think it's 17 hours or something to fly to California from here.
17?
I think. Let's see.
It'd be at least like 12, I would think.
Where do you fly? Is it LA?
LAX.
LAX. If I go in and try and yes, I'm gonna fly today. No, tomorrow. No, I don't want to go to Atlanta. I want to go to LAX. Los Angeles. And if I fly tomorrow, I could get, come on. Move it or lose it, sister. It's probably gonna be through either Frankfurt or, no, I can fly directly from Copenhagen to LAX. It's 11 hours. And $1,100
Yeah.
for a return trip tomorrow.
It's about 5 or 6 hours for me to go from Philly to San Francisco. So that makes sense.
I need to go to Wall Street Cafe for breakfast. Nearly died drowning while surfing, and then hit up world's famous for booze and food. Well, I'm not going to go into the water because they have white sharks over there. I've seen that on television. No, because I can't go to Florida. That's the only reason I haven't gone to see Sarah yet. Hey, PPTP. Yeah, 11 hours is okay. It took me 27 hours to get to Tennessee. If this trial goes beyond the 7th, I'm dropping it for Boone. This trial won't go beyond the 7th. It'll probably end. I don't know how many witnesses the state is going to call. We could have a verdict tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly $100 per hour. I remember. I don't.
Pretty sure the judge already made her decision on this one.
Yeah. Oh, I can actually. I can get to LAX Friday for 3,300 Danish. That's $500, $600.
It's not bad.
That's a return trip, I think. No. Yeah. Maybe. And it's with, that's shitty seats. I have to upgrade it so I can get, what can I get more? I think that one, but that's too much money.
Like Jorge size seats.
Yeah. I can, if I go out tomorrow, go home Monday, I can do it for $1,000 over and back. So that's pretty good. And if I put it in the spring, sometimes I could probably get it down to $600 or $700, which I then would use to upgrade the seats instead. Did you rearrange the studio to hide the gold post-its? That's savage. No, the Brandon board is right there. It's just to make it a little more, I don't know. I needed change, man. Change, man. But these pens I tried to use for you today, they are really bad. Yeah, I kind of look like a manatee in water. Trial? What? Oh, no, this is a bench trial, Brittany. This is a bench trial, so it's going to go fast. Cheap, relatively. Well, it's cheap to remember from here to California, it's like 10,000 miles, maybe 9,000. So it's pretty cheap flying there. It cost me, well, of course would be, this is without hotels or anything. So if I can do that for $2,000, $2,500, that'll be pretty cheap. That's why I don't go to the US that often, because it's a lot of money. And the next time I'm coming, I need to buy or rent a car so I can see more people. So I'm gonna fly in somewhere on the East Coast, drive in to see David and Jamie, and then probably drive down to see the expert and try and do some pit stops along the way. Brandon and I are going to play golf along with Tom Gillis. Yeah, 11 hour and coach. I did 26 hours in. Luckily, from Copenhagen to London, me and we were on a 3-seater, and the middle seat was empty. And I had upgraded from Heathrow to Philly, but from Philly to Tennessee, the first seat I got was so small, I was sitting like that near the bulkhead. And then we got moved up because there were so few on the plane. So we got the exit doors, me and I think he was an army guy. So that was nice. Yeah, well, I'm not. I haven't told you yet, but someday I'll be standing in your driveway with a boombox. I'm not going to Florida. Florida. I saw some guy playing golf in Florida, and there's an alligator 5 feet from him. That's Bet Baker can't keep it under 140. That was one of the things that I really hated, is your speed limits, because as a foreigner in a rental, I'm not going to get pulled over. So I just put the speedometer at the speed limit. And you're just feeling like you're sitting in the slow lane because everyone is going 70 and you're going 55.
Mm-hmm.
I played putt-putt. I can't play golf with my back. But Brandon and Tom have told me I can just drink and drive the cart. You may be able to fly into
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Well, just don't drive near New York one more time, because when I flew into JFK and had to drive down to Delaware, it's hell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to give you the Jamie treatment. Just one day I'm going to stand outside your house and say, it smells like vanilla. The alligators like golf and golfers. They do. Baker can travel for hours and hours to America, but you can't come visit me. It's because you live in Sweden. That's not because I can't do it, because I won't do it. Oh, yeah, I should rent a jet ski and just ride around him all day. I know how much he loves the sound of jet skis. Putt-putt is the best golf. It is. We have a very, very good course over here that when you start making your own money at 13 or something like that, you will be there all summer playing against your friends. We're going to play the new course. You can hit the ball anywhere or just get blacked out. I'll do the blackout part. Yes, it's pro se day again, and he's already just read the law to the judge without saying why it applies to his case.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a guy using more F-bombs than Sue and Iris combined. It's almost as bad as Jamie on voice chat.
Pretty much the best 911 call ever.
Yeah. I'm not losing control. What's wrong with Sweden?
Everything.
Nothing? It's like asking what's wrong with Mordor? Well, if you're an orc or you follow Sauron, it's probably a nice place. If you're a normal person, it's not that fun. They cheat at war They occupy Danish territory, and generally they're just bad people. I didn't make those rules. That's just the way it is. Jamie, why aren't you on screen Tuesdays? No excuse. You should be making Baker behave, and where's your cricket? Ruh. Outside your house smells like goats and chicken. Is she? Well, hey, Lolita, smile. Thought Sweden has had pretty ladies. Sweden do have pretty ladies. Most of them works in Copenhagen, in either at the stores at the airport or serving burgers on the street called Strøget, where all the tourists go shopping. A pewing in a drug den. That this guy allegedly pewed a girl in the neck because he might have thought she was a popo. So yeah. Just remember, Pernilla, I saw Victoria Silvstedt when I was in Sweden the last time. So that was a good trip to Sweden. Your goat box stink to high heaven right now. Oh, that's time of year. But no, Sweden is just it's just the worst place on the planet, and it's only because it's Swedish people living in there. But I don't know. I love when all the new people come in and say, "Why do you hate Sweden?" It's just the way it is. A pew face, yeah. I saw another thing that looked fun. We will have to have a Discord chat about sometimes. Oh. Where's the worst place I visited in the US? New York. I really didn't like New York. If I should rate it, I think I like Delaware the most because it's a lot like Denmark. And then I like the hills of Tennessee, probably Illinois after that, because friendly people. And well, I like being in Washington as well, watching all the monuments, but maybe not the best feeling going around the streets that I have had in the US. So I don't know. I heard he was going to court today, so I hope you were nice to him last night. You're not familiar why I hate Sweden? Well, because Sweden is the devil's. They have attacked us more than any other country in history. We had to retaliate against them too, but they started every war, and we are the two nations in the world, I think, who have had the most wars against each other. And they started each and every one of them. And we're just waiting. They're going to try again. Never going to Denmark. Where did I go in Delaware? I went to Milton, I think the town was called. It's like 45 minutes from Rehoboth Beach.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just that it's flat and there's an ocean. That's like Denmark.
But they don't have sales tax, which is
I like that
unlike
part as
Denmark.
well. My kids, my kids like that part a lot.
I bet.
Well, I like being out in the Catskill Mountains. That was beautiful. And there was a lot of when we drove out to the airport the last day I was there. We drove through. We didn't go through the city. We went. I don't know. What do I know? I followed the GPS. There was a lot of beautiful places with woods and hills and stuff like that. But Manhattan just cured me. And being at what's the place with the weird iron-shaped building, Times Square. I wasn't a fan of that.
Well, that's the most disgusting part of the U.S. right there.
Yeah, but it was very cool to, as I put up on 9/11, we were at Ground Zero at after dark. That was really cool
Hmm.
to see that. Why did they start the wars? Because Sweden is evil. Milford. Yeah, probably Milford. I was in. Do Swedes hate Danes too? No, they envy us because we are better than they are. Most of all the wars fought, but they never stopped fighting. They had a 100-year war because everyone liked beating the French. Hey. I had no idea how many he did getting kicked out of the payment apps because MG does. Oh, you went cray. And, How do Danes in general feel about Americans? Well, I was only a private when I was in the army, but we see Americans as a bit stupid, a bit self-centered,
Hmm.
badly educated. I think we will see very fake because you are very friendly but it feels fake because we are very close people. So in general, you would hear people describe Americans like that. People who go to America and go to America, not just the big two cities on East Coast, comes back and say Americans are super friendly and oh, they don't know much about Europe because they have a massive country they can just look at. Because the reason why we know so much about the world is we're 5 million people. There's 8 million or something like that in New York. So we have to learn about everything where you have an entire country to learn about. But I never met people who met my mom and dad, for example, went to the US when they were in their 60s and they loved it because people were so friendly. But I think most people who haven't met Americans see you as fake.
Go ahead and be seated. And then you'll just keep your voice up and speak into the microphone, please. Go ahead, Mr. Villette.
We sold some of those islands to you.
Well, I'm trying to do the. I know that.
Jess, never listen to Swedish people talk about what happened. How do we feel about Canadians? I think most people see them as a kind of American. We don't really. A lot of Danish agriculture people go to Canada to study, but I think most people in Denmark, on general, will see you as just Americans. It's just the same. You just have a weird accent.
All right, go ahead. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name? Where do you work?
Hold on a second. Is that microphone blue on there or is it red?
Can you hear me?
Yes, so much better. Thank you.
Let's start again. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
It's Officer Jordan Costy. Last name is Costy.
And where do you work?
The Akron Police Department.
And how long have you been with the police department?
About 3 years.
And what is your current assignment?
Midnight shift patrol.
When you are working, do you wear a uniform as you are now?
Yes, sir.
Do you patrol in a marked cruiser with operating lights, sirens, and insignia?
So the French part,
Yes, sir.
And when you first joined the police department, did you go through a police academy?
Yes.
And did you have any prior law enforcement or military experience?
No.
Are you currently a state certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, what do your duties include?
Take routine calls, reports, enforce laws, enforce traffic, criminal code.
All the normal stuff of a police
Yes.
officer?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you work a regular shift?
Yes.
Now, back in 2022, in June of 2022, what shift was that?
I feel sorry.
I believe I was on 7 p.m. to 3 a.m.
And was there a normal area of town that you worked in?
No, I was a fill car at that point, so I would be assigned wherever they needed me.
And when you were working, were you normally with same partner most nights?
No.
Is that just because you were in the fill car?
Yes.
All right.
Pretty new.
When you are working, do you have operating body camera?
Yes.
And just
Body
since we're
cam.
here, just for the court, where does that camera actually fit?
Right here on the front of my chest, actually, where the holder is.
And back in June of 22, was that camera in proper working order?
Yes.
And it recorded your interactions with the public?
Well, we see you as drunks, so
It's like a boob cam.
yeah, it's a poop cam. So look into my eyes. Well, I'm looking into the camera.
And how you responded to calls?
Yes.
So I want to take you to June.
Helen from Holland. This is about a meth house, and this guy, Quinton, pews a girl in the neck with her own pew. He claims self-defense. He is pro se. He hides for a month after he pews her, which kind of goes against the pro se or the self-defense thing. The state believes that they were all so high that he believes she was a popo, and that's why he pewed her. Mr. Meathook, Hartford, Connecticut, Bradley Airport, best, just like in and out. I should try that one. The second part, not the airport.
June 5th of 2022, approximately 10 o'clock at night. Did you have were you dispatched to a shots fired call?
Yes.
And do you remember where it was the shots were fired?
I believe it was on 10th Street in Kenmore.
Okay. And is that location in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes.
Were you given a description of the person or vehicle involved?
Yes, we were.
And did you find that vehicle or person?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall where that was?
Yeah, so we actually located the suspect and the vehicle at Circle K on Kenmore Boulevard.
Okay. And is that location also in Akron, Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And you said you located that individual.
Yes.
First off, do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point him out, describe what he is wearing?
Right here, he's wearing an orange jumpsuit, glasses.
Record can reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
The record will so reflect.
So when you actually made contact, well, let me ask, when you made contact with Mr. Nixon, was all of your interactions with him recorded on your body camera?
Yes, they were.
Have you had a chance to review your body camera of your response in that incident that night?
Yes, I did.
And did it accurately record your interactions with Mr. Nixon and how you responded to the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to play what will be first marked as State's Exhibit.
Funny thing, I can't fly directly to Bradford, Connecticut. I would have to go either through Chicago or Washington.
4 portion
What's the
of
secret
Officer
flying in
Costa's
then
body
fly back
cam
out?
responding to the Circle K in Kenmore.
You may. All right,
And
hold
I'm
on,
picking
stop it,
this.
Mr. Willett.
Objection, Your Honor. I would like the whole video to be played in its entirety.
Already? Go ahead, Mr. Willett.
Let me, in that case, Your Honor.
Don't Google it.
I apologize.
Yeah, show us.
That
your
is a separate
login.
access for the entire video. But I can do that and then download it at the appropriate time.
It's fine.
As this begins, Officer Costi,
Yes.
since this is approximately 1 hour,
Mhm.
when your body cam is activated, does it initially have audio?
No.
Okay, is that something that turns on after a period of time?
Yeah, so when we originally turn our body cameras on, it goes back, I believe, 30 seconds, and that doesn't record audio, just video.
Okay. And then in the course of your response to that incident, when you are not interacting with suspect or public, are you able to turn off the audio?
Yes.
Okay. While we're in this silent portion, does this appear to be your body cam?
Yes.
And so you would be sitting in the passenger side of the cruiser?
Yes, I was on that night.
Thank you. Okay, and once again, just for the record, I paused this at 38 seconds, Your Honor, because the audio should be turned on.
Hey, go ahead in 13 now. $17. 17 will have one male in custody at this time. There's a firearm in this vehicle. Great. John David William, 7921.
Copy.
Who's with this dude?
1-5.
Who's with him?
1-5. We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know. Would you lean against this car right here for me? And don't move. Well, I got to figure that out because. All right.
Man, just chill out. Oh, that's it.
Hey, can someone just keep an eye on her? She was in the car too.
She did nothing wrong.
All right. Well, as long hey, if I figure that out, then she'll be on her way.
I understand that's your job, but I'm telling you. My dog's in the back seat on the floor. Just to let you know. She's not aggressive.
Where?
She's a lab.
All right.
She's just laying back here. Yeah.
I didn't get to get a good search of this vehicle. I just grabbed this, so.
2237. You can cancel. Got it.
About what? Okay. Can you step over for a second? Sorry.
Well, it's probably a good idea to secure the pew, even if you don't have your gloves on.
I just want to unload this. I don't want it,
70. Anybody else route go down? We need a unit to check that 31 on 10. Copy, units responding to Kenmore. Slow down. Any unit to check 2226 10th Street. want to check out, huh?
Here, do you want to double check this?
Draco, I'm red.
No, it's AK-47.
All right, thanks, man.
Regular.
All right.
No switch on it.
Yeah, search it. It was in plain view, and he has an open container anyway. The wine bottle in the back seat.
You should still be going.
Why? Why? Well, in Bicken.
So, Officer Costi, approximately.
I thought he was
timestamp
in a wall.
4 minutes, 15 seconds. Do you recall if you still had the audio going at this point since you were processing the firearm?
I don't believe so. It looked like I hit it to go blue,
So that might be-
so to turn the audio off.
Lady cop breast equals block body cam. Neat new spot. Isn't her breasticles
Behind?
behind all her tactical gear? I was just looking. I can get a trip to Philadelphia for only $500 in April, May next year.
It's a good city.
I just don't get why they want me to fly into Boston, to fly to Philly, because I flew directly to Philly this time. It's probably because it's British Airways and they don't show up on this search engine. Attic second charge, he was found in the attic in August after the July 22nd charge. Thank you, TLR, for following along now. We are not doing it.
So why did they turn the audio off?
Because this isn't relevant to the case, so we're going to turn it off, just like they did in the Carly Gregg case. But yeah, there should be something when you're processing a crime scene. Why are you allowed to take the audio off? I agree with Melissa on that one.
Yeah, I mean, who cares what your plans are tonight after shift? Like, just
Yeah.
play it.
Toy says pubes are like fish. Even the little ones are fun to play with. I would never say that. That's vulgar. It is, Zach, but Toy is a bit out there.
I guess they should be able to turn it off, like if they have to pee or something. Nobody wants to see that.
No, and if they're just riding a car and stuff like that, but like this processing pew pew and going through a car, why shouldn't they have it on?
Mm-hmm.
Next Monday, so 6 days. And it wasn't her who was the hide and seek champion. It's Jorge. Sunday at probably going to be at 6 p.m. Eastern. Me and Jemima will be talking about the defense Sarah Boone is going to come with. She went to law school, so she knows a little bit more about the law stuff. So we will be talking a little bit about why her defense probably isn't going to work.
Your Honor, if I may, I know that the court, when he objected, said to play it, but for the purposes of expediency, if the state may play its clips, I understand that Mr. Nixon may wish the whole video played, but he would also have opportunity, if relevant, to do so during his presentation. The
There you
state
go.
would not object to the authenticity of the video at that time, so that Officer Costi does not need to be present.
Well,
Because the whole video is an hour and the vast majority is
Play
silent.
them as you choose to, and then Mr. Nixon can choose to play the whole thing if he wants to.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, at this time, while the video has been silent, it is stopped at timestamp 7:51, 7 minutes, 51 seconds.
Felt like an hour already.
Yeah.
So, Officer Costi, first, during the clip that we played earlier, did that accurately reflect when you first approached the vehicle, saw the defendant, as well as saw and secured the gun involved?
Yes,
Did you, and Mr. Nixon was taken into custody after you saw the gun?
yes,
And did you have opportunity to go back and speak to him?
yes,
And was that also recorded on your body cam?
yes, it was.
And was that recording, have you had a chance to review it? Is that recording an accurate recording of your interactions with him?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, at this time, state would move to play State's Exhibit 5.
You may.
Okay. What's your first name?
Quinton.
Quentin. All right, I'm gonna read you something real quick because you're. Yeah, I'm gonna read you. Get me in my custody before I talk to you. Okay. That's why I was telling you to hang on.
No problem. I know you said you do your job. I can see it before.
Wow.
You know me?
Not like that.
Never mind.
Not like that. Yeah, you were the household up there on Archwood.
Okay. Let me read you this real quick, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So after each statement, I need you to say yes or no. I'm gonna ask you if you understand, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you
Yes,
understand?
ma'am.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand each of these rights as I have explained them to you? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me? Yes or no?
Yeah, I
Okay. So what?
Idiot.
So this guy filed a motion to have this case dismissed because he wasn't fully understanding his right, and he was coerced to give up his rights. No, we just have it on video. You were Mirandized. You answered affirmative to every question, and you said, "Yeah, I don't care." And by your actions, by answering questions, you give up your right to stay silent. So again, being pro se isn't good. AC stand. So thank you so much. This is Quinton Nixon. He is accused of unaliving a lady after a crack party because maybe he thought she was a popo because she emptied her bag out and her pew fell out of the bag. He is pro se. He's claiming self-defense. And so far, we have heard the 911 calls. We had more F-bombs in that than when the Fort Navy is on shore leave. And other than that, we really don't have much. This is kind of where we're getting into it. We just heard that the 911 calls, and now we're getting to when he was arrested with AK in his car, and now he's going to answer questions.
This is you. Like, what happened?
Nothing for real. Everything that you see in that car is fine. She had no idea.
Okay. AK's yours. All the ammo in the back.
Oh yeah, and he also pew-pewed from a car.
For funsies.
Yeah, that was more just for funs. That's that happens. But the big thing is unaliving a woman by pewing her.
With her own pew pew.
Yeah, the ammo in the back, the AK I bought off the street.
Okay.
You know, I got my old powders. I know I shouldn't have bought that K off the street, but I bought that K off the street.
Okay.
I don't know what's on it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't know.
Well, it didn't come back stolen.
I know because I know the woman that called me about it. She wanted to buy it back. But
Have you ever been charged with?
I'm asking as a stupid Dane, can I just go out on the street and acquire a pew-pew?
Yeah, I mean, they're laying around like in video games. You just pick them up.
No, but he just bought it off some lady on the street.
I mean, in these kinds of neighborhoods, probably.
And that's legal?
No. Well,
Oh,
it depends on the state, I think.
okay. Well, yeah, well, because we know from the guy who liked the other white meat, his buddy just signed over the SK as to him. But I don't know. People are saying yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Well, you would have to have a bill of sale, right, and a transfer of ownership, because aren't you your? I don't know. Do you have a register for your pew-pews?
Some states,
Some state.
and depending on what kind of pew pew it is.
It's legal to transfer ownership of a pew-pew privately, but not fraudulently. Not off the streets, buy it. Yeah, probably. You need a bill of sale. Private sales and private. Look up straw purchase. I know what straw purchases is. That's when felons get a hold of pew-pews by having someone clean go in and buy them.
I mean,
No bill of sale in South Carolina. I don't know
yeah,
in
a
South
lot of
Carolina.
states you don't need it. I like somebody like me, I don't think I could go into like a neighborhood in Philadelphia and be like, hey, do you have any pew pews? Like they'd probably think I was a cop, but I mean, if you have the right cred, I guess. Why not?
If you're OG like a gangster granny.
Yes. I don't think I speak the right way for them.
Well, yeah, of course it's not legal to pew-pew. That's where your president was wrong when he said just fire a warning shot into the air. No, that's illegal.
Convicted of a felony or anything like that?
I was back when I was before 18, but I had my own powders. I'm a licensed security officer.
Okay.
I know better.
All right.
You know,
So here's the deal. We got a couple. So here's the deal. We got a couple calls, okay, off of 10th Street. All right. So is this your friend, girlfriend? Who is that?
she's my recently new girlfriend.
Okay. So
And I know she's been in trouble, but she has nothing to do with it. I was
So-
just protecting her and her mom because they were getting threats.
all right. So that's what I'm going to ask you. So new girlfriend said
Yes, ma'am.
that you guys were on 10th Street, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we got the shots fired call from 10th Street.
Okay.
So what happened at her mom's house then?
It was just people pulling up. You know what I'm saying? I didn't recognize cars, tinted
Okay.
windows, and stuff like that. And I let shots off, and not in any direction because I know I'm in the residential
Did you
area.
point him up? Did you point him
Yes,
down?
ma'am. I pointed them.
Point him up.
Yeah, it was me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you, it was me. I let those shots off.
Okay. How many rounds do you think you fired?
Like five, maybe 5 or 6.
I think 5.
But in every state, that's not allowed, right?
Right.
Warning shots are not allowed.
Pretty
I think.
sure.
It was only 23
Yes.
in there.
Okay.
Yeah, 273. She trying to get her kids back. She don't need none of this shit. So whatever it is, it's my fault.
What is it, Quentin?
273
Mhm.
94
Mhm.
7026. I have a misdemeanor warrant for my arrest.
Okay.
Just let you know. And yeah, she ain't had nothing to do with it.
So, okay, so like I said, we did get a call, so we also heard shots when we were coming down Kenmore Boulevard, okay? Sounded like a lot more than 5. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, no, it was like 5 or 6.
Not the woman.
It really wasn't. Yeah, and they were all. Yeah, I just wanted to scare people off that we thought, well, that I thought was,
So what happened? Someone just passed and you thought they were
no,
trying to
I've
fuck with
been,
her or
it's just a lot. I can't really explain it, it's just.
She said you're going through some shit right now. So I'm just
Yeah,
trying to figure out
yeah.
if someone passed you, say something.
Can the cops use YouTube language, please?
Do you have people trying to come after you or something that you thought it was them or what? I mean, because you can't fire off warning rounds, okay? I mean, you know that. It's still discharging in the city
Yeah,
limits,
still
okay?
discharging the city limits
Correct.
around residential area. I
Correct.
definitely know.
So what happened after you got done
All
firing
I know
off
is
the
she wanted to
rounds?
walk to the store. I didn't want to walk to the store. I told her I didn't want to walk to the store.
So did she see you fire shots?
No.
Where was she at?
No, she was nowhere. She was in the car.
She said she was in her mom's house
She was in the car.
when that happened.
Oh, well, then she might have been in her mom's house. I don't know. All I know is I let a couple shots off in the air just to scare people off.
So
and we got in the car. I'm like,
set up in the air.
it was in the air. I never pointed at anyone.
Where
I
at
know
on
that.
10th? Do you know where her mom
Right at
lives?
the corner.
So right at the corner on
Yes,
10th?
ma'am. Yeah, she was nowhere to be found. She has nothing to do with it. I'm just saying.
Okay. I'm just trying to see if her story
I
and your
just
story
can't-
line up.
No,
That's
they
all.
do. I just don't want to go to prison.
All right. So listen, here's the deal. She said she was in her mom's house whenever you let shots off.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
you're saying she was in the car. All
No,
right,
I'm not
so-
saying she was in the car. I was saying we were getting in the car. We were supposed to go to the store. She did go up on the porch.
So
talk
what
to
did
her
you do
mom.
with the gun after you're done shooting?
I had it. That's why.
Yeah, but what did you do with it? Like, did you set it down? Did
No,
you
I put it
in
on my
the car?
person. Put it on my person, and then I.
That big ass gun you put in your pocket?
Yeah, would you like me to show you how?
No.
I was raised in Florida.
I'm just asking you.
No, I'm
So
telling
you put it in your pocket and
Yeah,
then
it
walk
was,
out
it
back
wasn't
in
in my
the car?
pocket. It was in my pants.
Oh, you
It
put
was
it in your
concealed.
pants.
It was definitely concealed. She didn't know. That was my fault. I
Okay,
apologize.
so you put it back in your pants and then got back in the car? Did you go back in your mom's? What
No,
happened?
I put it in my pocket.
He put an AK in his pants?
I was gonna say, how do you put an AK in your pants? Well, didn't he say it was like it looked like a sawed-off shot pew pew?
Yeah, but
Maybe
it's
it was
still.
altered.
I know there's rumors about a certain species being or race being bigger than the rest of us, but still putting this much into your pants.
Maybe they were big pants. I don't know. I mean, how do you walk?
Yeah, I'm from Florida, so we stuff AKs in our pants down there. Well, he is taking the rap and talking the girl out of it because apparently she has more felonies than he has.
She didn't know that, and then we pulled up here. And then,
Okay.
She
Yeah, I mean,
actually-
someone called and gave your exact description of that car.
yeah, I'm sure.
Okay.
I mean, when
I'm not trying to bullshit you. Like
No,
I
I
said, I mean,
know.
we even heard them. So I
No,
mean, I knew you
I'm-
probably
I'm-
had something in there. I mean, that's just,
for sure.
and I appreciate you being honest
No,
about it.
yeah. I can't do anything but tell the truth.
Okay, so you don't think you've ever been convicted of a felony or anything like that?
No, I know that I went to Florida, got convicted for robbing people and all that other shit, but I turned my life around
Okay.
and all that other
And
shit.
then what's been going on lately? You
Adjudication
just
with
been having
hell.
problems or what?
No, adjudication with hell.
Yeah.
I had my license working here on South Street up there, Miller and South Street up there to save a lot, license security guard. And it's just like, I don't know, it's just, just a lot of bullshit. Just people, and they thinking I'm selling drugs, and we just flipped that house and turned the whole house. We made it look real good.
Okay.
And they think I'm out here selling drugs.
Okay. So why? I mean, what do you carry the gun for then?
Protection. I mean, we are at war. They don't want to tell us that. But
So you bought this off of this girl that you kind of know?
no, not her.
No, the gun.
No, I bought it off of a guy that got locked up for a revolver. I gave him my revolver, and he gave me that.
Okay.
And I bought
Definitely
ammo and the cartridge for it. I admit to that. I bought it off the street. It was my fault. I shouldn't have discharged it in the air.
Okay. How long ago did you get it?
I couldn't tell you. It's been a year.
Oh, it's been a while.
Not even a year. It's been a year. It's not even a year or two. It's been a year.
Okay. And you just use it for protection. That's why you got it in her
Of
car.
course,
or
my
what?
first rifle was a hunting rifle, 410.
All right.
I apologize. I know I broke the law.
Well, you
No
did,
disres-
but
no-
now
no
we're
dis-
here,
no-
right?
Yeah, I
So-
mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't expect anything less.
Sure. I mean, I'm not gonna be, I'm not gonna treat you like
Well,
or
no, I
anything
know.
like
I know
that.
it's your
But
job,
I mean, you
but-
need to know, like when we
No,
went up
I
there,
just
I
want
had
y'all to know she had nothing to do with it. She didn't know anything about it. Never in the cars. I got a
That
Mossberg.
suitcase thing or whatever?
Yeah, I got a Mossberg in Canton. That's our dog.
Yeah,
All
that's
the third. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I appreciate it. I'm gonna talk to my partner. Okay. I want you to watch her leg here. I'm gonna shut the door. Okay. Quinn?
I always bring my dog to
Officer Costi, was that video an accurate
Dude.
recording of your interactions with the
crack.
defendant?
Yes, it was.
Just one moment. Well,
Yeah, but
Mhm.
then he changed it to he swapped it with a revolver to a guy who went to prison because of the revolver. Huh? Yeah.
You may.
Officer Costi, I'm going to bring something to you. And keep it right up in the evidence back. I can hand this to you. Do you recognize what I'm handing you right now?
Yes.
What is this?
This is the firearm that we pulled out of the vehicle that Quinton Nixon was in.
How can you have that in your pants?
And that would have been I think at one point there was a comment that it was a Draco.
That's big.
Yes, my partner, I think, said that.
And what was your partner's name that night?
Officer Jackson.
Okay. And in that bag, it appears that there's also a clip with some ammunition.
Yes.
Was that loaded?
That's a magazine, sir. For some, it is. A lot of Europeans think that everything bad in America happens because of your pew pew laws. I would like to be able to protect myself. So that's why I want to move to somewhere south of the Mason-Dixon.
In the gun at the time as well?
Yes, it was.
And it looked like on your one video when you were securing the gun, you were actually, when you were securing it, were you actually removing the ammunition?
Yeah, I was trying to clear it of the ammunition so that we could secure it in the back of the cruiser.
Okay. So at the time that you saw this gun and took possession of it and processed it on scene, was it initially loaded?
Yes, it was.
And when you spoke with Mr. Nixon, there was comment about other ammunition.
Yes, there was.
Do you recall there being other ammunition in the vehicle?
Yes.
And do you recall where that was?
I believe other officers located it in the trunk of the vehicle that he was in.
Okay. And was that the same ammunition as what's in that bag, or was it different kinds of ammunition?
No, there was actually multiple kinds of ammunition that were found in the vehicle.
How many pew pews does this guy have?
SAC 4 or 5.
And so just to make clear, what we're going to be marking as State's Exhibit 6, that is the firearm that you found in this incident.
Correct. Yes.
Take that from you. Thank you. We'll mark this as State's Exhibit 6. Nothing further at this time.
And someone said, "Are you allowed to own pew pews in Denmark if you have a worthy purpose, being a hunter or a member of a pew pew club? You can own them, but there are limits to." I have a buddy of mine who is in the military, and he's in a shooting club, and I don't think he can just own like 5 pew pews if he wants to. He has to. Everyone has to be okay before he can buy it, because he started out just getting a 9mm and then he wanted something else, and I think he has to sell one to be able to get one, or maybe he can have 2 or something like that. But none of them can be stored at his home, and everything, even like a hunting pew pew, I think must be in a gun safe. Our National Guard used to have their rifles and ammo at home, but because people broke in and stole them. So even our National Guard don't have pew pews anymore.
Mr. Nixon, any cross-examination of Officer Costi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Here we go.
The video, your body cam video shows the gun was located on the driver's side of the vehicle.
Well, I can buy air guns.
When you initially pulled up on the scene, well, here, I'm just going to read the narrative.
No, you're going to ask questions.
Okay, well, did you see me in the vehicle?
Yes, we saw you getting out of the vehicle.
On what side of the vehicle?
Driver's side.
How could you see me getting out of the vehicle when you were en route?
When we pulled up to Circle K, we saw you both getting out of the vehicle. While we saw you getting out of the driver's side. Whenever I walked up on the passenger side approach, that's where I saw the gun laying across the driver's seat.
The video clearly shows me at the window ordering.
Correct. You had gotten out of the vehicle and walked up to the window with the girl that was in the car with you.
So where were you at? I don't know how far you would have been, because I was already at the window. There was a line, so I would already have been at the window ordering.
So we were westbound on Kenmore Boulevard whenever we got the information that that vehicle and the male that was shooting off the rounds were headed towards the direction of Circle K. So we continued westbound on Kenmore Boulevard. And when we pulled up to the Circle K, that's where we located you in the vehicle.
Right, and in on your body cam camera footage, as soon as you hopped out of the squad car, you said something to Miss Lamp of the nature, "I seen you driving." Correct?
When I initially got out of the vehicle, my vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd said to my partner to 13 him, as in you.
Correct. And then after that, it shows in the video that you
Didn't she say, I saw the driver? I think that's what she said.
Hmm.
You don't, surprising, you don't clear pew-pews by racking and ejecting rounds all over the ground. That is why she asked other cops to check it afterwards. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Why did she keep racking the slide and then freedom seats fell out of it? Because normally you'll take the magazine out and then you'll rack it to check the chamber. But what do I know? I'm not a police officer.
said to Samantha Lamp, the owner of the vehicle, that you seen her driving and you and her had words briefly.
I believe I asked who else was in the vehicle. She said she was in the vehicle. And then from behind, you could hear you saying that you were driving and she had nothing to do with it.
Have
And
fun,
I said
Tom.
to you, I know you were
am
driving.
very, very.
I don't think I
was.
said that directed to her.
Well, in the video, it shows that you were directed to her.
Right. So you've asked her the question. She's testified. So if you have another question, you can ask it. It's up to me to make that determination about what the evidence shows and whether her testimony is consistent with that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unaliving and felonious assault. And two more, but I can't remember those, but that's the big ones. No, one more. Why do you have a
Your Honor, I will actually replay the video.
What?
Right, go ahead.
why do you have a counter at a gas station?
They have like a window
they're
that
not
has
gonna play it. You need to
bulletproof
play it.
glass around it for the attendant to sit in.
I don't know which one it would be.
Usually in the hood.
Oh. So it's to secure the workers
Hmm.
at night.
Yes.
I thought it was they had like a burger bar or something. So
Well, they
it was
probably
takeaway.
have food there that you can order, but yeah.
Aren't I innocent and Danish?
Yeah. I don't go to those gas stations because if they need it, I don't want to be there. And I pretty much glow in the dark because I'm that white.
But is it at like late at night? Because the ones, well, maybe it was the fancy ones Valhalla took me to, but
Yeah, normally they had a thing with that.
we just went in and bought beer.
It's not everywhere. It's like in the bad neighborhoods.
I don't know if how good or bad the neighborhoods were in Tennessee.
Do you have a clip share and,
Probably not that bad. Maybe in Memphis.
That's why it's not going to show up.
Yeah, he does need a public defender, but he thought, I'm going to do this. I am smart enough myself, which is kind of stupid. Everyone, while we're waiting, let me grift. Please hit the like and the subscription and all the stuff that we are supposed to say on the YouTubes. If you want to get notified, because YouTube isn't that good at doing it, because we're going to end this at lunch and then go again later, follow me on X or join the Discord so you will get notifications. Well, there's a higher likelihood you will get notifications when we go live. See, Jamie, I grift. They open 20. Yeah, we went to. Oh, what was the name? They had the good chocolate milk, and they had. I didn't understand gulps of soda this big for no money. That was amazed me that I could get like I don't know how many gallons of Dr. Pepper I could get for no money. That's his standby counsel. That's a
That's
lawyer
why we're all
that can
fat.
help him. Yeah, that's a counselor who can help him with stuff, but he can't talk to the court. He's only there to stand by. I saw the coolest shirt, well, dress shirt, like Hawaii shirt at Bucky's. It had Hulk Hogan on it, but it cost $70, and the fabric was so cheap. You could just feel that if you put it on, you would either catch fire or die of dehydration.
All right, oh, here, we can switch it over. Let's see if that works.
No, not 7-Eleven. The expert goes there all the time.
There you go.
So do I. They get your money later through the diabetes meds. Well, we do because it's Novo Nordisk who makes them. That's a Danish company.
We have a sugar tax in Philadelphia to try.
Yeah,
to
I know. I
prevent-
paid that.
Yeah,
You're residents of Philly. I'm
I am
going to yell
not.
at you.
I am outside of Philadelphia.
A $3% sugar tax
Mhm.
and a server tax.
Mhm.
So when I saw that on my receipt after I paid 20% in tips, I got real pissy. Because you tax me to pay the workers, which you probably don't do because you're politicians. You just put them in the big coffer and never send it to the people. But I got really angry at that because you shouldn't tax me for sugar because I don't live in Philadelphia. I will never, ever take 1 cent out of your hospital system. So no taxation without representation.
Our taxes don't pay for the hospital. It's just to make the kids skinnier in school.
Yeah, and it's working. It's working. It's like saying making drugs illegal. It worked real well.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, Your Honor, this would actually be the incorrect video. That's
She did nothing wrong. Sorry, it was me.
This is the wrong video.
that was a driver's side video. I just wanted to point out,
Which is Officer Jackson.
which would be Officer Jackson.
That looks like the other one.
That's not it either.
Just put my free can read dog on
Not that one either.
Kathy Daffy's Twitter. She must soon be blocking me.
I was gonna say she hasn't blocked you yet.
No, I said
No.
BB on it.
Shocking.
I don't know the judge.
I don't know.
No, I don't know names.
I just wrote the time.
Was it called Wawa? Maybe.
Wawa's not in Tennessee.
You're right.
Oh. Where's
That's a Philly
Valhalla?
thing.
This looks like the driver's side of it.
It's where the expert goes to get milk.
Royal Farms?
What was wrong with
That's
that
what
one?
we
That
have.
looked like the one that she was.
No.
It's labeled different from the one that they showed, Your Honor. So I'm looking for the same label, and it doesn't look like I have that label.
Oh, that's the driver's side.
Go farther.
The expert is sleeping now, so I can't even ask him.
That's driver's side.
And Valhalla is kicking a goat. So
That's another driver's side.
it's not 7-Eleven. I think it's some local chain.
Further down.
Was it something with an S, maybe?
Oh, this one?
Can't remember.
I guess.
All right, is this going to be Defense Exhibit A?
Speedway?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nope.
All right.
Nope. Not Loves, not Duchess. Sunrise, nope. Weigels.
So-
Weigels. It was Weigels.
Oh.
Hey, go ahead, I'm 13 now.
Got him 13 now.
17. 17 will have one male in custody at this time. There's a firearm in this vehicle, right? John David William, 7921.
Dang.
Who's with this dude? Who's with him?
Thank you so much, Brandon. Why kick a goat when you can
Kiss.
kiss a goat? Marissa went first, and I can say hucks a goat. That's close to what he wanted. Thank you so much, Brandon. Way too kind.
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
Why?
Right there
Oh,
at
why?
140 timestamp, Officer Costley, stated that she was driving the vehicle.
Ask her a question.
Is that not you stating that?
I believe I was speaking to you.
I was already at the,
Ask a question and stop testifying.
okay. How could you be talking to me if I'm already at the other squad car, your squad car, and your body cam shows
Love a
that you were
goat. Love a
speaking
goat.
with
Didn't cheat. It's a
the
four-letter
young lady,
word.
Samantha Limp, and she answered you? Is that not correct?
No.
Can I play it one more time, Your Honor?
Yeah.
No cheat.
Who's with this dude? Who's with him?
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
Is that not you stating to her that you were driving?
I was not stating to her. I was stating to you. You stated you were driving in the background, if you can hear in the video.
Okay, I'll play it one more time and I'll turn it up.
Turn it up.
Who's with this dude? Who's with him?
We're gonna be out.
Yeah, you were driving. I know.
Yeah, you said it. I was driving.
You lean against this car right here for me.
You see the
And don't.
windows there? They
I
have
don't
like the
hear-
little thing like at the
um,
bank to pass stuff through.
Oh, you have those at
This
the
video
end?
clearly shows you answering to her.
No,
Mhm.
clearly shows you.
Mr.
She answers
Nixon,
you.
ask a question. That's a fact for me to decide.
Yes, ma'am.
He's bad at this.
Once again, I just wanted to know how am I driving the vehicle if I'm at the window, already have ordered. You could have never seen me or visibly seen me driving unless you have me on camera driving.
She saw with her
What's
eyes.
the question?
Duh.
How did you see me driving?
With
If
my
I'm at the window.
eyes.
We did not see you driving the vehicle. We saw you exit the driver's side of the vehicle in the parking lot of Circle K.
So is it safe to say that I may have put something in the vehicle?
Yes.
So improper handling of a motor vehicle is technically driving. So if you
I didn't see chat. I don't never read chat. I'll figure out
didn't see me
another
driving.
four-letter word.
how can you say that I was driving? Like, that makes no sense.
Objection sustained.
It's argumentative. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect, Mr. Willett.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you say no? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I was coughing.
Oh, no, just a couple of clarifying questions.
Go ahead.
Officer Costi, being that there were questions about your body cam, does your body cam only record what's directly in front of you?
Correct. Yes.
So if something is just off to the side, might it not get caught on your body cam?
Yes.
And so when you first got out of your cruiser, do you have any doubt that Mr. Nixon was the person getting out of the driver's side?
No, I do not.
And then in your interview of him, to your recollection, did he admit to shooting the gun in the street and driving?
Yes, he did.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
You can like a goat. You can lick a goat.
Call your next witness.
State would call Officer Hudnall to the stand, Your Honor.
Hudnall?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Everyone, if you don't already know Tom Gillis, he has begun live streaming. Sadly, when I'm sleeping, but
Would you raise your right hand, please?
he's
Do you
just
solemnly
starting
swear
out.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and
He's
nothing but the truth, so help you
very
God?
entertaining.
Go ahead and have a
So
seat.
go
Keep your voice
follow
up,
his
please. Speak
channel
into the
and
microphone.
Follow his live streams. Get his
You may proceed.
numbers up.
Okay, please state, if you can turn on the microphone, little button with a red dot in front of it. Get it to work. Now blue. Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record, spell your last name?
Officer Hudnall, Hudnall,
Where do you work?
Akron Police Department,
What do you do there?
patrol officer.
And how long have you been with the Akron Police Department?
Over 10 years now.
And when you first became an officer, did you go through a police academy?
Yes,
And are you currently a state certified recognized law enforcement officer in Ohio?
yes.
Other than patrol, have you had any other duties within the police department?
Yes, when I was on light duty, they had me do all the operability tests.
And what do you mean by that?
Basically, I take guns, go to a little closet and shoot them.
And what's the purpose of that?
Make sure the gun actually works.
And for how long did you do that?
I want to say around 6 months.
And do you recall having occasion in report 2022-6888 doing an operability on a AK-47 style rifle?
Yeah.
First, if I may approach your honor.
You may.
We don't know. It's a bench trial, so it's probably not going to be a long one.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as Exhibit 6. Ask you if you recognize this item.
Yep.
And would that be the weapon involved in this incident?
I would assume so.
When you do a operability test, what exactly do you do? How do you go about doing that?
So basically, we have like a little room in the bottom of the department. For a rifle such as this, we can't actually fire a whole round because it's too dangerous. We don't have the setup for it. So I take the round out and do a primer test basically. So you're shooting around without powder or projectile, and then yes, powder.
Okay.
And then fired into a little container that's got some media that supposedly, if anything does come out of the barrel, it'll.
It depends on how he does it. If he puts himself on the stand, he can do just a narrative, like in the treehouse trial, or he can do like the guy who stripped on the stand and say, "Did you get shot in the chest?" "No, I got shot twice in the chest." "Can you show the jury where you got shot?" "Yes."
Oh, yeah. He shows us.
Catch it and makes it safe. And then if it works, then you
Yeah,
write a little
assumption
report saying
makes
it's
an
operable.
ass
If it
of
doesn't
you
work,
and
you
me.
say it's not operable.
So say you were doing, to kind of clarify things, say you were doing you say you don't fire off, say, a full loaded round because of safety issues.
Yes.
So is that because of just the style of weapon?
It's you could say that it's because of the round that the weapon uses.
Okay. And what about, say, a handgun? Would you test that differently?
Yeah, you actually put like a full round in the pistol. The trap, what we call it, is able to take all pistol calibers, but it can't take rifle rounds.
Okay. And so when you change it up for a rifle round, then what exactly is it you are looking for?
Just operability, to make sure that the primer strikes, the firing pin goes forward, hits the primer ignites, and if there was other stuff in the bullet, all that would go.
Okay.
But
So with the primer there, do you still get any kind of noise or any kind of?
yeah, it's like a
effect?
pop.
Okay. And is that what you did with this particular rifle?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that?
It was operable.
Okay. When you are doing an operability test, do you do a report
Yes.
for that? If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 7. Ask you if you recognize this document.
I do.
What is this?
This is an evidence report.
And who created this report?
I did.
And would this have been the evidence report created when you did the operability test on this firearm?
Yeah.
And does it accurately reflect the results of the test?
It does.
And what were the results?
That it was operable.
Would you have created this report at the time of the testing? Or soon thereafter?
Yeah, soon thereafter.
And this was 2 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many guns, in your 6 months of doing operability testing, how many firearms do you think you tested?
Oh, hundreds.
Christine Crush.
And would this test result and report go with the weapon that's currently in your lab?
Okay, let me double check here.
How do you know that?
Just looking at the serial numbers and everything and comparing the evidence and stuff, the numbers on the tag.
Thank you.
And just for the record, what is the serial number?
The serial number of the weapon, B11765.
And is that the same as the report?
Yep.
And is it the same report number 2268888?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions, Mr. Nixon?
Yes, Your Honor. So your job is to test if firearm is operable, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
I did say I was going to golf.
So would you know what the weapon was used for or used in as far as a crime or not?
Nope, I have nothing to do with any of that.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Thank you, officer.
You are on tape admitting you pew-pewed 4 times into the air. It's
Who's your next witness? Yeah, wait. I know, I've just.
so
I'm
now
on
it's
camera.
the girlfriend.
Oh,
I
I wonder if they're still together.
Angel O'Brien.
Might be
I think she
beneficial to
said.
bring her in the other door.
Oh,
But
is she in
Brandon,
lockup?
I don't know. Croce, like Jim.
Hmm.
That's Jim Crockett.
Croce is it's like a folk singer, I think.
Oh, the only Jim I do is
The cricket.
yeah.
Jiminy?
As long as I don't get a DUI in a golf cart, I'm down for it. Crochet.
Croce.
Yeah,
Croce.
I just think you should bring the lay witnesses in there.
I'm
Number
thinking
two,
you're
please
making
stand
up
and raise
all
your right
these
hand,
names
please.
just because I
Do you
can't.
solemnly swear affirm
pronounce
to tell
them.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No.
Go ahead and have a seat right there in that witness chair. Please keep your voice up and speak into the microphone.
Yes, it's a bench trial, so he doesn't need to seem not guilty. The judge knows his record.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Will you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Angel McLean, MCCLAIN.
And Angel McLean, do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
And you're here to testify about what occurred July 25th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you, Angel?
35.
Jeez.
Back in
Away from the
July of
mic.
2022, where were you living?
On 2260 Maryland Avenue, Akron, Ohio, 44314.
Is that in Summit County, Ohio?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, I'm sorry, Judge, the microphone sound funny to you, or is it just me?
No.
It's just
Oh,
you.
Yeah, I don't hear it. Do you hear something?
It's
Yeah.
because she blows into the microphone.
All right, will you please tell the court about your living arrangements? At that point in time, were you in a house, an apartment?
I was in the top floor apartment of a four apartment building.
Were you living by yourself, or did you have a roommate?
Ronald Crew was living with me.
Who is Ronald Crew?
He is a family friend I've known since I was little.
Just got to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. And just, I know you're looking at her, but you got to try to keep speaking into the microphone so the court
Okay.
reporter can take down everything that you're saying.
I've known Ronald since I was little. He was my little brother's football coach. I've known him since I was probably 12 or 13.
Okay. How long had Ronald been staying with you at that time?
I want to say maybe a couple months. I'm not too sure. I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months.
Do you know how he came to stay with you?
He was going through a really bad divorce and needed help. So I lent a hand.
Okay. Now, on July 25th of 2022, during that time, were there any other individuals staying with you?
Not living with me, no, but I did have visitors.
Will you please tell the court who some of those visitors were?
Brian Fielders, Adam Wright, Quinton Nixon, and Ashley. I don't know her last name. And then Ronald, of course.
Okay. You said Brian Fielders.
Yes, ma'am.
Who else did you say?
Quinton Nixon, Ronald Crew, Adam Wright, and then Ashley. I don't know her last name though.
Brian Fielders. Who is that?
He's Adam's best friend.
Okay. And he was actually staying with you?
No, he was visiting
Oh, he was visiting?
Yeah.
What day was he visiting?
the day that happened.
You don't know Brian Fielders?
I met him maybe 2 days prior to that, but no.
When he came over that day to visit, did he come with anyone?
The day it happened,
Correct.
he came with Toni.
Did you know Toni?
No, I had just met her.
Was that your first time seeing her?
Yes, ma'am.
You said Quinton Nixon. Do you see Quinton Nixon in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing an orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, will you let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Okay. And you stated Quinton, the defendant, was staying with you as well?
He was visiting, yes.
Correct, visiting.
Yes.
How long had he been visiting?
He came, I want to say on his birthday, so July 18th.
And this happened July 25th. So approximately 8 or 9 days, give or take?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Quinton?
I used to like date his uncle.
And how did you get along with Quinton?
We were like family.
The next person I believe you listed who was visiting was Adam.
Yes.
Would that be Adam Wright?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Adam Wright?
Known him since I was little. He's family friend, close friend. Known him probably 15, 20 years.
And approximately how long had Adam Wright been visiting you at the time of the incident on July 25th?
I want to say maybe a week.
Do you know what brought Adam to your house?
No, he just did random pop-ups to visit.
And I believe the last person you said was Ashley, but you didn't know her last name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you know Ashley?
She was Ronald's girlfriend, I guess you would say. And she was visiting him.
How long had she been there?
Couple days.
And this is can you describe your apartment?
Yes, I can.
It's 1.25.
Will you please describe your apartment?
Yeah, so when you walk in, it's the living room to the right, kitchen to the left, straight back is the bathroom, and then off to the right was my room, off to the left was Ronald's room.
And would you consider this apartment, was this a small apartment?
I mean, yes and no. We had a lot of space.
Tell the court the arrangements, the sleeping arrangements. There were 5 individuals. Am I correct, prior to
Yes,
Brian Fielders and Toni coming over?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk about your day-to-day activity. How were you?
Honestly, a lot of people didn't sleep. Like it was wherever they just fell, I guess, in that sense. But I slept in my room, and then Ashley and Ronald slept in his room.
And you said honestly, people didn't sleep. Was that because of the drug use?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please tell the court about the drug use going on?
We were all using methamphetamines.
Okay. Would you use it more than once a day?
Yes.
And were you using it more days prior to July 25th?
Yes.
And when you say we, who was we?
Everybody that was there.
Did you see the defendant using methamphetamine?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see the other individuals using?
Yes,
methamphetamine?
ma'am.
Was there any arguing?
Not until about 10 minutes. Like I said, when I went in my room, and then everybody seemed fine when I went in my room, and then chaos broke out.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that. So prior to the actual shooting, did anybody argue? Did anybody fight? Things of that nature?
No.
Were you around when Adam and the defendant were around each other?
Yes.
Okay. Any arguing, fighting?
No.
Were you around when Brian and the defendant were around each other?
Brian was only there the one time when I don't think Quinton was there the first time he came, so I'm not sure.
Okay. When Toni came over, did she argue or fight with anyone?
Not that I know of. I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Did you see her arguing or fighting with the defendant?
When I came out of my room.
Okay, but not prior to you going in your room?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right. Let's talk about that. I want to turn your attention to July 25th. You stated that up to that point, people were smoking. Was anyone drinking?
Not that I know of.
And was methamphetamine, to the best of your knowledge, was that the only drug everyone was using?
Yes.
Okay. How did the drugs get there?
They just, I mean, we all had them. We all were, getting high. So.
Did you share? Did you all share your drugs?
Yes.
Did you smoke together, separately?
Sometimes together, sometimes separately.
All right. So tell me about your day. July 25th, were you?
That's one thing I don't get about doing uppers. Who wants to stay up for 3 days hanging out with your scummy friends who's also on uppers?
I don't know.
I need my sleep. I couldn't sit there and smoke in an apartment with 20 others ill-smelling people and telling the same jokes every day. Jeepers.
Mm-hmm.
That's only for Roger. Roger lives the life of rocks and Bud Light. He doesn't mix it with the devil's lettuce.
Employed at that time?
No, ma'am.
So you wake up on July 25th, tell the court about your day.
It was a normal day.
It's funny because I'd never seen a well-kept crack house. So
I don't think
Good
they're
for cleaning.
vacuuming.
No, everyone is saying, "Oh, it's good for cleaning and yard work." I've never seen it.
Mm-mm.
That's
Like, and the other day I actually was cleaning that morning. And then I cleaned. That's what I did because I was, but it seemed normal. Everybody was getting along. Everybody was fine, laughing, joking. And then I don't know what happened.
Do you know if did anyone in that house have a job during that time?
Chip was doing like odd, or Ronald, sorry, he was doing like odd jobs.
Okay. Now you accidentally called him Chip. Is that what you normally call him?
Yes, that's what everybody's called him. since we were
Chip.
little. Mhm.
Is Ronald Crew?
Yes, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a nickname just in case we hear it?
Adam is Slim.
Okay, Adam Wright, everyone calls Slim.
Yes.
Okay.
yes. And,
And you said Ron had a job.
Yeah, he was doing odd end jobs when he could.
When you woke up, do you know if he had to work that day?
Not that I recall.
At some point in time, Brian Fielders and Toni Westover came to your house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what time?
No, I couldn't say.
Do you know if it was in the morning, afternoon, or evening?
It was night.
I clean super fast.
So
and I'm
up to
not
that
drunk.
point, normal day, any arguing amongst people in your house
No.
up to that point?
Not that I
Yeah,
noticed,
you're
no.
fine.
Any fighting?
No,
Did you smoke meth that day?
I did.
Did you see other people in the house smoking meth that
did.
day? Did you see the defendant smoking meth that day?
I did.
Will you please tell the court about Brian Fielders and Toni Westover coming over?
Yes, so me and Ronald was leaving to go to Sheets. And when we went outside, Brian Builders and Tony was parked next to Ronald's truck in a red SUV. Well, when I was leaving, I called Slim, Adam, and let him know like Brian was outside. He's like, why is he here? I'm like, I don't know. So Brian got out of the car, went upstairs. Tony was still in her vehicle when I left. When I came home, everybody was in my house.
Okay. And you said you and Ron went to Sheets.
Yes,
Approximately how long do you think you were gone?
maybe like a half hour.
And what prompted you to call Ron, what prompted you to call Adam? I think that's what you said, Slim.
Yeah, because he was Brian's friend. So I just wanted to let him know that Brian was there. I didn't, think anything of it.
Did you know he was coming over that day?
No, ma'am.
But it was okay.
I just let Adam know that he was there, but I didn't know he was actually staying.
Talk about what happened when you got back.
Well, at this party, everyone was doing meth. This is the incident where a woman lost her life. So we already moved past the pew pew and the shooting into the air. I don't know. I have a sense that the state could rest today.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Because
hopefully.
again, yeah, it's gonna be a fast little one.
So when I walked in, Tony was sitting on my couch. The three men were in the living room or the kitchen, I'm sorry, talking. And me and Ronald came in with like a wall mural. And we were sitting down on the floor, rolled it out. Me, him, and Tony was actually trying to piece it together. We couldn't figure it out, so we rolled it back up.
With a what?
And me and Ronald went into my room and started hanging lights off my headboard.
Okay.
And
You said a lot. You said you came home, the three men were in the kitchen, and that would have been Quinton, Adam, and Brian Fielders.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Tony was in the living room.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Ashley?
She was in Ronald's room, I think.
You came in with you said a wall mural?
Yeah,
So
like
you
a
just
sticker.
designed that mural?
It was like
Wall
a wall
mural.
mural of like downtown Cleveland. It's like probably wasn't no bigger than me, maybe the same height as me. And we were trying to piece it together, but
What do you mean?
What?
Or maybe I don't get the concept of a mural. What do you mean piece it together?
it was like the stickers that you can get off of like Temu or Wish. And they're like big wall thick stickers of like scenery and stuff like that.
And sticker by number.
I shouldn't ask that, and don't share if you don't want. I never done drugs. I know when I like to get drunk. Don't do it that often anymore because I'm 27 years old. But when I'm drunk, I believe I am the greatest lover in the world, and every woman wants to talk to me.
Uh-huh.
Only when I'm drunk, because then I find out no. But apparently in Florida, when you get drunk, you paint and make puzzles. And in Ohio, if you're on meth, you make wall murals. Is that normal?
I don't know. I've never
I just
done
want to
meth
sit in a
my
bar
life.
and talk to a lady next to me and find out next day she didn't have that many teeth. But what?
Okay. Who was helping you and where were you trying to piece it together?
Me and Ronald and Tony.
Hard.
Tony was still sitting on my couch. Me and Ronald was sitting like in the hallway by my kitchen and living room and rolled it out and then we couldn't figure it out.
Okay. When you came back, was anyone arguing at this point in time?
No,
Or fighting?
everything seemed normal.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos because you are describing areas in your home and I want to make sure we properly understand where you're talking about.
There's a whole
Well,
category on Redbubble for crystal wall meth wall art.
I've been to nightclubs back in the 90s where when became really popular, and the most things they did was trying to catch music with their hands and drink a lot of water.
And while I'm doing that, Prosecutor Villette, can you make sure that it's the document camera?
I just changed it over.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. You need to show Mr. Nixon those photos before. you
Yeah, that's
publish it.
what I or that's what I think when I hear meth.
They
I
usually
don't.
pick their scabs too. Maybe that's a way to prevent picking.
Yeah, could be. Hey, Queen. No, but I could do that. Me and Bri could grab ass when drunk. We start early in Denmark. If this lady took meth shit, well, I did some decorating while drunk in my younger years. Usually ended up with losing my security
Mr.
deposit.
Villette, Don't turn the document camera on.
Yeah,
I don't think it's pulled out and on.
Oh,
that's age. The
On
scab
there,
picking
Mr.
meth
Copy.
is mostly smoking.
I thought
But
I thought
thought
they
it
all
was-
did it.
yeah,
I don't know. Because they feel like their skin's crawling or there's like bugs on it.
yes, Chrissy. This is the house we're talking about with this witness now. It's the drug den.
All right, I'm going to show you.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, because I remember seeing that this is your face on this and this, and meth heads and crack always have
gonna
those
show
scabs
you
in their face.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh,
Gross.
nah. Yeah, I think you can see that on most of those mugshot. Have you ever seen those mugshot shorties
What?
where they go around and look for hot ladies in mugshots?
No.
Most of them look kind of like half their face melted or something like.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like looking at them like a year before and then a year after doing meth, it's like, ugh,
Yeah.
don't do
I
it,
want you to
kids.
Take a moment and look at each photo.
Tupperware and yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Try to get more of your friends to sell it for you.
It's an MLM.
My mom used to sell Tupperware. She was really good at it. And I heard Tupperware is going bankrupt. It's all of those containers, Jamie, and what is it? The butter containers they use in the Midwest instead of using Tupperware.
Country crock. Cool Whip too. I don't know how people eat that much Cool Whip to have that many containers. Oh. Oh, it was it the TV?
Yeah, video is gone, but audio is still here.
Yeah, I hear it. Apparently Verizon was out like all over yesterday.
Yeah, I heard something about that earlier today.
Mostly self-service.
Chrissy, when you catch up to us, you will hear his rights hasn't been violated. They clearly read, and he says, "Yes, I understand."
Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict your house, I'm sorry, your apartment on
Why is she
July
crying?
25th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a nice house.
I'm going
they
to show
had a
you
warm
what's been
area.
marked as States Exhibit number 8. When I show you
Oh,
the
they're
photo,
not
I'd
allowed
like
to
you
show
to
it.
describe to the court what we're looking at,
That's
okay?
Can I turn this?
Yes, it's on a lever. There you go.
No, we don't know what happened to the video.
What we're looking at.
That is the front of my apartment building.
I believe they said in the beginning that they were only allowed to capture audio when she put something on the wall.
Oh,
One other thing, Your Honor. I don't know if I can click it or you have to click it where people can mark on this.
It's enabled.
Thank you. Will you please touch a writing utensil and circle where your apartment is?
You gotta pick a color at the bottom and then.
Okay,
This is-
and that's 2260 Maryland Avenue?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's,
ma'am.
it's
Okay, and
from
that
her
is your front
apartment,
door that's
but
open.
what it is.
Yes,
I don't
ma'am.
know.
And can you hit clear, please? And that is the top, would that be the top right apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the record, Your Honor, the witness circle, the top right apartment.
Thank you.
I don't know why.
Please tell the judge what we're looking at.
My front balcony into my apartment.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit.
But crime scene photos should be on the record. So why?
Number 10.
It's an easy joke that I won't make, Marissa. I know you're thinking it, but I won't say it.
And what is that?
That is the entrance into my apartment.
Giggity,
Okay.
And the living room part of it.
giggity.
And there is a hallway. What does that hallway lead to?
The bathroom and the 2 bedrooms.
And when you say the 2 bedrooms, will you circle which one is your bedroom
This is riveting.
and which one is, where is Ron? Where was the bedroom Ron was staying in?
It's around this corner.
So for the record, Your Honor, the witness circled the bedroom on the right as her bedroom and the bedroom on the left as Ron's bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hit clear, please? I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 10. And for right now, we're talking about the physical makeup of your house, not the placards or anything at this point. Will you please describe what we're looking at in terms of the physical makeup of your apartment?
My living room.
And there's an opening to another room. What is that?
That is my kitchen.
Tess, that's not nice. It's almost dinner time, and
And that's the view from the front door, correct?
oh, I want.
Yes, ma'am. The hallway.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit number 12. What are we looking at?
My living room.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 13. What is that?
My living room as well.
Okay.
Right now, we're not looking at anything, but we're following a pro se litigant in Ohio who is charged with felonious assault, unaliving a woman, and shooting his pew-pew into the air to scare some people away. He's pro se. He did it in self-defense, maybe. He's not doing well. He claims his civil rights was violated, even though the officer clearly took him through all of them, and he waived his civil rights.
Will you describe your living room as it was prior to the incident occurring?
Yes, ma'am. The table was actually on this little red carpet. The rug over here was by my front door.
Can you point? I don't know what over here
This
is.
rug was by my front door. And all of my table had pictures and stuff on it. I don't see them in here though. And I think candles.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 14. Oh, can you hit clear, please? I'm sorry. What are we looking at?
Standing in my kitchen, looking into the living room.
And State's Exhibit number 15.
That is looking into my kitchen.
Okay, from the living room.
Yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 16.
That's my kitchen.
Now, when we first looked at State's Exhibit number 10, that led back, that room in the back is a bathroom. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 17. What are we looking at?
That's the bathroom.
And that's straight back. If you come into your house, you can go straight back to that bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In a prior picture, you circled bedrooms off of that bathroom, adjacent to that bathroom. Is that correct?
What was that? I'm sorry.
In a prior photo that I showed you, you circled bedroom.
Court has made a ruling that they won't show this. I can't do anything about it. Why? I don't know. Because as someone pointed out, I saw more than I wanted in the stabulator case from Ohio last week. It's just, this judge made that rule earlier. Why? Je ne sais pas.
That were adjacent to that bathroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 18.
But we got her address. She said her address.
You recognize that
in open
picture?
court.
That is Ronald's room.
Okay. And State's Exhibit number 19.
Ronald's room.
I want to see this clean crack house.
And State's Exhibit number 20.
Yeah.
Ronald's room.
And what are we looking at? What is that back area that looks like a sliding glass door?
That is the back patio to that bedroom.
Okay. Do you have that same sliding door in your room?
No, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit number 21.
That's Ronald's closet.
Okay. Well, these are out of order. State's Exhibit number 25. I'm sorry. Hold on. State's Exhibit number 26. What are we looking at?
That is my room.
Okay, and that was the other door you circled. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State's Exhibit number
There we
25.
go.
My room.
I would get tangled in these lights if they were just hanging off the headboard of my bed. I move around when I sleep. That seems like a hazard. But pretty clean, not too much on the floors. Probably shouldn't dry her bath towels inside, but at least open a window so you don't get moldy. But yeah, pretty clean for a crack addict.
State's Exhibit number 29.
My room.
Basis,
The exhibits that she's showing, I was not shown.
you just looked at them.
Not all of these. She mentioned other ones that were not in this file.
What's the objection to that photo?
Look over here. That's why you shouldn't dry clothes inside. It looks like it's got mold in here. That's a safety hazard. You can get asthma and everything.
From,
No, what's the objection? Is there something prejudicial in that photograph that
no,
you
I
don't?
was just like, let it be known that I wasn't
Okay.
shown these.
Your Honor, for the record,
I'm,
I've shown
moving
Exhibits 8
around,
through
Steve.
29.
Overruled. You may proceed.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 22. What is that exhibit?
My driveway.
Well, can you see the front of your apartment in this photo?
You can see it a little bit.
Will you please circle it?
You can see the front balcony. That's about it.
Okay. And where would that be? Can you please circle it for the, oh.
Yeah.
And State's Exhibit number 23. Will you hit clear, please? Okay, what is state's exhibit number 23?
That is my driveway, and it's a picture of Ronald's truck and Tony's car.
Okay. And do you see the crime scene tape there? There's yellow tape near the dumpster.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that going towards the back of your apartment?
Yes.
And you said Ronald's truck. Will you please circle Ronald's truck? Okay. And then you said Tony's car. Will you please circle Tony's car? For the record, the witness circled a truck, a Z71 truck as Ronald's truck, and a red crossover as Toni Westover's car.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm showing you what's in market state exhibit number 24. What are we looking at?
My backyard.
There's also a balcony. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the balcony that is connected to the doors in Ronald Cruz's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so prior to the photos, we were talking about you putting together the mural on the floor in the living room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long did you all stay in the living room trying to put that mural together?
Maybe 20 minutes.
And were you successful?
No.
What did you do once you all were not able to put the mural together?
Ronald wrote it back up and put it back in his room.
Did Ashley stay in Ronald's room the whole time, or did she come out and help?
I think she was just one coming over there using.
She came out after the fact.
Did anyone from the kitchen, any of the men, come out and partake in putting together?
No, ma'am.
What did you do after you were not able to put together the mural?
Me and Ronald went into my room and was hanging lights on my headboard that he had got me.
When you went into the room, where was everyone situated in the house?
Tony was still on my couch, and Adam, Brian, and Quinton were in my kitchen when I went into my room.
Tell the court what happened while you were in your room.
So I was in there maybe 10 minutes, and I heard a commotion, loud banging, yelling, and I opened my door, and I came out and seen Quinn had Tony put up at the door by the head of her hair and a gun pointing at her head.
Prior to that, you mentioned a gun. Prior to that, had you seen Tony with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen the defendant with a gun?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen anyone at your house with a gun prior to that?
Not that I recall.
When you saw Brian and Tony get out the car, did you see either one of them with a gun at that time?
No, ma'am.
What made you come out your room?
The loud banging and yelling.
And when you came out, you said you saw him. Describe how he had Tony.
He had her, they were by my front door, and he had her with one hand and the gun pointed with the other.
What was Tony doing or saying?
It looked like she was trying to fight back. It was just a quick glance of what I saw when I got shoved back in my room.
Who shoved you back in your room?
Adam.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 11 again. Will you use your pencil? Where did you see, I believe you said the defendant had her pinned up against the wall by the door. Will you please put an X where you believe they were?
They were like right here.
Okay. Now the door is open here. The door would have been closed, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see Brian or Adam at this time?
When I came out, Brian took off running from the living room into the kitchen.
Okay.
Adam was in the hallway.
You
By
said
my
Adam
door.
was in the hallway?
Yes, by my door.
Where was Ron?
He was behind me
And where was Ashley?
in Ronald's room.
Okay, so she had not come out yet.
Not that I remember, no.
Can you describe the gun you saw?
It was so quick. I honestly couldn't.
That if you can't, that's fine. Was anyone else saying anything or doing anything at this time?
Not that I recall. The only thing I seen was those two at the front door and Brian taking off from the living room into the kitchen, and they were tussling, and I got pushed back into the room.
And when you say they, there's a lot of people we're talking about. Who are they were tussling?
Quentin and Tony.
Okay. Prior to you going in your room, did Tony say
Self-defense.
anything to the defendant?
Not that I know of, no. I didn't hear nothing.
Was the defendant and Tony arguing?
I didn't hear her at all.
Prior to you going into your room, was there any fighting between him and Toni?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you first came out of the room, you said you were in the hallway.
Yes.
Can you clear that, please? I'm showing you exhibit number 10 again. Will you please put an X where you believe you were standing?
Right here. I just came out of my room. So there's a little wall right here. I was standing by that.
And where do you believe Ron Crew? Can you put a circle where you believe Ron Crew was standing?
He was like right behind me.
Okay. And you said Adam was in the hallway as well?
Yes, he was like in the middle of the hallway.
Okay. And Ashley was in Ron's room?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you came out of the hallway, I'm going to show you what's on Martha. Can you push clear, please? Did the living room look like this at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So by the time you came out, heard the commotion, the table had been pushed over and the items knocked on the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
How long do you think you stayed in the hallway?
Not long, Adam. I came out. I asked Quentin what the hell he was doing, and then I got shoved back in the bedroom.
Did he answer you?
He turned the gun at me.
How did that make you feel?
Scared.
Yeah, mean milker. Mean milker. It's always a good look.
You go back in the living room. What happened? I'm sorry. You go back in the bedroom. Your bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened while you were in your bedroom?
When I was shutting the door, the first bullet that we heard, gunshot, the bullet came through my bedroom wall and went right past my face. It ricocheted off of my TV and ended up, the ricochet particles cut Chip's face, and then it ended up in my back bedroom wall. And
Where were you in the room when this happened?
I was right by the door. I just got shoved back in.
Who all was in your room at this time?
Me and Ronald.
Okay, at any point in time, did Ashley come in your room?
After all the commotion was over.
Okay.
And they started running out of the back. She came in there.
And how long were you in your room prior to hearing these shots?
All together,
She was the lady who had the apartment.
or when I got shoved back in.
How long after you got shoved back in did you hear the gun?
We did that in the last trial as well. In Ohio, the witnesses can say, "I don't want to be filmed."
Shots.
Like as soon as the door was shut, the bullet came through. So seconds.
And when you got shoved back in your room, in your apartment, at that time, how many people did you see with a firearm?
It was so quick. I only seen Quentin at that time.
And you said a bullet came through your wall. I'm going to show you what number 26. Do you recognize what I'm pointing to behind your door?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the bullet that entered your room that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In that same photo, I'm also going to point to the TV that's on a dresser. You see where I'm pointing?
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please describe to the court what I'm pointing to?
A bullet hole.
And that's what you were referring to, what your TV?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's in Martin State's exhibit number 29. You see what I'm pointing to in State's exhibit or circling around the State's exhibit number 29?
Yes, ma'am.
Please show the court what that is.
A bullet hole.
Is that the bullet that you were referring to that went by Ron?
Yes, ma'am.
You also talked about, and I don't want to go too far. So now you're in your room and a bullet almost hit Ron. But prior to that, you were talking about putting up lights. Before I get too ahead of myself, I'm going to show you what the Martin State's exhibit number 25. You recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will you please show the court what lights you were referring to?
They're like hanging down.
Okay. And how were you and Ron putting those lights up? What were you using?
Thumbtacks. And then if Ronald had trouble, he used a hammer.
Okay. At any time that Ron leave out that room with that hammer?
No, ma'am.
Did he have that hammer prior to putting the thumbtacks or helping you put up lights with the thumbtacks?
No, ma'am.
Did he ever try to attack the defendant with the hammer?
No, ma'am.
Why would you use thumbtacks in your bed? That's stupid.
Marissa, we're talking about.
Tell the court. Can you push clear, please?
I-
Thank you. Tell the court what happened next while you were in your
I
room.
think
I
thumbtacks
heard maybe 2-3 more shots, and I
probably
heard glass
the best
breaking.
idea.
I opened the door and I seen Quentin and Brian tussling by my door, my bedroom door, and Adam shut the door again, shoved me back in the room, and then that's when I heard the glass breaking from Ronald's room.
Okay, you said you opened the door and saw Brian and the defendant tussling. Where were they tussling?
Right in the hallway, like by my bedroom door.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant still had the gun?
I couldn't recall. I didn't see.
Okay. Okay. Now, you don't know how everything started in the living room. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
The second time you opened the door, did you see Adam?
Yes, he shoved me back in the room and shut the door again.
And did this happen all fairly quickly?
Yes.
I just asked you to describe a lot. It seems like over a
Yeah.
long period of time,
Mhm.
but it's fair to say this all happened fairly
Yeah.
quickly.
Within seconds of each other. It
Okay.
seemed like just instant.
And there's some things you say that you didn't remember. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were smoking meth that day, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you looked out the second time, were you able to see Toni?
No. Was not able to see her until everybody cleared out of my apartment.
Okay. Now let's talk about everybody clearing out of your apartment. Will you tell the judge what happened? How did they leave your apartment? If you know?
They all jumped off my back balcony in the pictures. Adam went first, then Brian, and then I thought Quentin was already gone because I didn't see him, and then he flew past me.
Oh man. You said you thought he was already gone, but he flew past you.
Yeah.
What, if anything, did he say or do?
I don't remember him saying anything.
Did you see him carrying anything?
He had a bag.
Okay. A bag, a grocery bag?
Like a purse.
Did he come with that purse?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whose purse that was?
I believe it was Tony's.
Is that the purse you saw her coming to your house with?
Well, I didn't see her. I know she had it with her when I came in. It was sitting on my table.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was the defendant's demeanor? How was he acting?
Everybody seemed normal. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary to, for people getting high, I guess.
What about his sleeping? Were you all sleeping on a regular basis?
I mean, yes and no.
Okay. And what does that mean?
It's kind of hard to sleep
When you're high?
Yeah.
After everybody jumped off the balcony,
Mhm.
the one person we still haven't talked about was Ashley.
Mhm.
Do you know what she was doing, or at any point in time did she come in your room?
And she came into the room, and then she came in the room after everybody had already jumped off the balcony, and she used to tell them about a warrant that she had, and she jumped off the balcony as well. Right.
As anyone was jumping off the balcony, did they say anything to you as they were leaving?
Brian did.
And what did Brian say?
I asked him, what the hell, like, what am I doing? What's going on? And he said to call the police and say that he killed him.
Who was he?
Quentin killed her.
And he left as well, correct?
Yes, he was holding on to the banister and then just dropped down.
Yeah, speak up a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. He was holding on to the banister and he let himself go after saying that.
Yeah, guys, speak up. Say it one more time.
He was holding on to the banister and then let himself go after he was done saying what he said.
At any time, did the defendant come into your room?
Not that I recall.
After everybody left, who was still at the apartment?
It was me and Ronald.
Tell the court what you saw when you came out of your room after everyone left.
I saw Toni laying on my couch by my front door.
The way Toni was laying on the couch, could you open the door without moving her?
Her foot was in front of the door, so we had to the cops told us to kind of move it so we can let him in.
And you said the cops. After everyone left, did someone call 911?
Yes, ma'am. Ronald.
Was that immediately after everyone left?
Yes, ma'am.
There were, prior to this incident, were there any bullet holes in your apartment?
No, ma'am.
So any bullet holes that would have been in your living room would have been from what happened on July 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to this incident, your living room did not look like.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know if it went to sleep.
That's right. You don't have to.
He's
stop.
right there.
They visited 13.
It is you were kicking up there.
Shut the front door.
You unplugged it?
Jeepers. Why are they so bad at everything?
State's Exhibit 13 that I showed you.
Who's this dope?
Prior to this incident, your
Tech guy?
did not look like
Tech
No,
guy.
ma'am.
It looks like it.
He looks like every janitor in every school I ever been to.
Did the police come out
Yes, ma'am.
and you said they told you to move her legs so they can get into the apartment?
Yes.
Did you all have to unlock the door as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Ew.
And
Can
when the
you hear
police
my
came out,
husband
June
yelling?
and Ron talked to the police.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
I want to ask you, thank you. I want to ask you about the sword. I'm going to show you the
Think Donna
picture.
Jones a
The
little
sword
behind.
that's up on Ron's room. That's State's Exhibit number 19. At any time, did anyone take that sword off the wall?
No.
At any time, did you see anyone use that sword on the
Is that a
defendant?
Griffin
No,
ball?
ma'am.
Lion?
Prior to the defendant having Toni pinned up against the wall, was anybody fighting him with that sword?
No, ma'am.
Was Toni fighting him with that sword?
No, ma'am.
Neither was Adam or Brian.
No.
Now, State's Exhibit number 18.
Hey, Lindsay. It's going great. We're moving along quite fast. It's a bench trial, so, and a pro se defendant, so it's not, yeah.
No, I can see it. Okay. State Exhibit number 18. Do you know what the item is? I'm pointing to an item next to a blue hamper on the floor.
No, ma'am.
Let me just ask you, have you ever seen Ron with a machete?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if he owns a machete?
Not that I recall.
And if he does own a machete, did he have it out that night?
No.
Did anyone attack the defendant with a machete
No.
that night?
No, ma'am.
See Toni attack the defendant.
No, ma'am. Not with any weapons. No.
Did anyone try to roll the defendant up in plastic?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any tarp or plastic like that at your house?
No.
Is he making a Sudoku?
Now, at the time of the incident in July, will you
Looked like he
please
was
describe
counting.
for the court
Mhm.
what the defendant looked like, meaning his hair, if he had any facial hair?
Gosh, he had dreads like he has now. Facial hair. He looks the same as he does right now.
Now, I don't know if you can see, I'm going to show you what's
Didn't
been
he
marked
have,
as
like-
state's exhibits.
Yeah, but that's
I'm on
his
30,
second
31.
arrest.
30? Correct,
Apparently, he shaved off his beard and took out his dreads after this incident.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 30, 31, 32, and 33. Thirty to 33. Take a look at those. Do you recognize the person in those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And state exhibit, and state exhibit number 30. Who do you recognize the person in the photo to be?
Quinton Nixon.
And when you describe, is that how you describe his hair? Are those the dreads or facial hair?
Yes, he had it pulled back in like a ponytail.
State exhibit number 31.
Better late than never, Sandra.
Do you recognize the person and the items in that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is in that exhibit?
Quinton Nixon.
And what item do you see on the ground?
Tony's purse.
Is that the item that you saw him run by you with?
Yes, ma'am.
State exhibit number 32.
Yes.
And is that Quinton Nixon with that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, state exhibit number 33. You recognize the individual in that picture?
Yes.
And who do you recognize that person as?
The defendant.
What is different in this photo?
He cut all of his hair and facial hair off.
This is not the way he appeared on July 25th, 2022. Is that correct?
I've never seen him like that a day in my life.
And how long have you known him?
Couple years.
And you've never seen him cut all his hair off or all his facial hair?
No.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes, he totally changed his looks after this incident. Took his dreads out and shaved his beard. When I saw it, I thought, can't be the same guy. He looks way
Your Honor, I have no
fuller
further
in the
questions.
face.
Can you put 28 back up there, though? I missed one. So
Sure.
I know what that is.
You said 28?
Yes.
Yes, Donna is way behind. She's back with the grand jury question. So she's 3 hours and 15 minutes or so behind.
I didn't do 28. You didn't miss it.
Okay.
I didn't do it.
All right, thank you.
Well, I don't want to confuse
That's all right, we
anybody.
can just
No
skip it.
problem. I'm showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 28. Do you recognize what I'm showing you?
Looks like my TV.
And what is being measured there?
Gunshot, a bullet hole.
I'm done. I'm getting my stuff, Your Honor.
Alrighty. Cross-examination, Mr. Nixon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Come on now.
Ms. McLean, is it correct that you made a statement to Akron Police Department about what happened today in your apartment on 9/14? No, excuse me, forgive me. The night of the incident, 07/25/2022.
Yes, yes.
And did you know that that statement was being recorded on video?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to play.
Ask her the question first.
Do you remember what you stated in your statement?
Not word for word, no.
In your statement, what you made today under oath, you claim that you and Adam Wright were good friends.
Yes.
Had you and Adam ever been in type of relationship?
When we were younger, yes.
How long were you in a relationship?
Not long.
Can I ask why you didn't tell that to, or did you tell that to the detective?
I don't recall.
Do you remember telling the defendant that you and that man were in a relationship?
Years ago, yes.
So you remember telling Quinton Nixon that you were in a relationship with Adam Wright?
Years ago, yes.
How did
He has standby counsel. The gentleman in the pink suit is his standby counsel.
the defendant get to your apartment?
I picked you up from your mom's.
Do you remember what the defendant stated? Well, do you remember the reason why you picked me up?
Because it was your birthday and you wanted to hang out.
Do you remember stating that your car was stolen?
My car was stolen months before any of that.
So you have no recollection of telling me that you needed help finding your vehicle?
No. The police were already handling it.
You stated today that you seen no one else with a gun prior to the incident.
Yes.
You don't remember seeing Adam Wright with a gun prior?
I don't
to
recall.
You don't recall, or you don't remember seeing him?
I don't remember. I didn't like guns, to be honest. So
No, there's a difference between not remembering and not seeing him with a gun.
I don't remember seeing him. No.
Okay.
Do you remember making a statement on the night of the incident to the police that you saw Adam Wright with a gun?
No, I don't remember.
You do know you're under oath, correct?
Yes, I do. It was so long ago, I don't remember all the details of what I saw and what I didn't see.
Bold.
Your Honor, I will ask to play the interview.
Mark it as Defense Exhibit B. Yep, I gotta move it over.
Is he playing that portion or does he?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Oh,
I'd like to play the interview in its entirety.
I would object to the whole portion being played, only the portion for impeachment purposes.
Understand? Do you know where that is?
No, Your
Get
Honor.
it on the-
No, Your Honor, I do not know where it is.
Yeah,
We're not gonna play your whole
no.
video, just the portion that you're using to impeach your testimony. So you're gonna have to figure that out.
Oh, boy.
Well, you can build wall murals and hang lights, clean the house when on meth. Why not go looking for a stolen car?
Right?
That's
Before I play it, you said today that everyone was smoking meth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember on the day of your interview telling officers anything different?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
So back it up a little bit. You stated today that you and
Yes.
What happened to his mic?
Quinton and Adam Wright and Ashley.
turn your mic on.
Yes.
Turn it back on and just keep talking.
I'm not Don't know what they were doing in the car. I only seen Brian get out of the car when I was pulling out. I didn't say nothing to him.
Did you see anything in Brian's hand?
No.
You seen Brian get out the car first?
Yes.
When you made the phone call to Adam, or did you make the phone call to Adam, stating that you seen them in the driveway?
Yes, I did. I called and let him know that Brian was outside. Didn't know why.
How'd they get these pew-pews in there?
So is it safe to say that they weren't your
They
guests?
buy them off the streets.
Yes.
But how did they get them in the house without her
I
seeing them?
just met Brian maybe 2.
He can keep an AK in his pants.
Oh, clear. Forgot about that.
A 9mm. He can prison pocket that any day.
Exactly. Yeah. Or like
Peter
Ninja
Parker?
Turtles puts it. in his-
Yeah.
Do you know who let Brian and Toni into your apartment?
No, I do not.
About the same size as a gerbil, you know.
Yeah.
Did, you claim there was no bullet holes in your home prior to this incident,
True.
so you have no recollection of any other shootouts or anything inside of your home.
No.
What was me and your relationship?
Friends?
Did Adam Wright know we were friends?
Yes.
Did me and you have consensual sex?
Oh my.
One time, yes.
What does that have to
Was it
do with
good?
Adam
anything?
there.
He
Did
was
you-
in the living room, I assume.
Did you see the
So you're
pew
stating
pew
for the
then?
record, your ex-boyfriend was in the living room while me and you were having consensual sex.
We were all in the living room before that.
Can you answer my question, please?
Yes.
So you did not give consent for Brian or Toni to be in your home,
No, I left.
but you were fine with it when they came back, correct?
It seemed like everybody was getting along. Everybody was laughing, so I didn't have a problem with it.
So there wasn't any, you testified that they stated that there wasn't any problems, there wasn't any arguments. Was there any arguments prior to this day between me, you, Adam, or anybody else in the house?
I don't remember.
Do you remember? Do you remember any type of discrepancies between Adam and Brian prior to the incident?
That's not what this
I know that
is.
a couple days before that they were ironing out some issues that they had from in the past. Other than that, no.
Did that alarm you in any way?
No.
Wasn't he with his girlfriend?
No, that was in the car. That was a new girlfriend he just had.
Hmm. So he left to go do meth and have smexy time.
No, the car thing was later.
Hmm.
Just for clarity,
That was I think that was a couple of months later.
Gotcha.
you
I think.
never seen anyone in your home prior to the incident with a gun?
I do not recall. I don't remember seeing a gun at all. I don't like guns. And Adam and all them, everybody knows that knows me. I don't deal with guns.
Did I have a gun?
I don't remember. No.
You don't remember or no?
You didn't bring one.
Did you check his pants? Oh, you did.
He's a pant stuffer. Maybe that's her way to make sure no one brings illegal pew-pews into her house.
Yeah.
She
Do you remember
pants them?
taking Adam to Brian's house to iron out the issues that you spoke of?
I do.
Do you remember your demeanor at the time?
No.
Do you remember crying?
No, but everything is so long ago. I don't remember every detail.
Are we in couples therapy? What's happening here?
Do you remember claiming or saying to the defendant that they're going to kill Adam if we take him to Brian's house?
No.
So it's considered your home and Ron's, correct?
Yes.
Would you say that you were entertaining all the guests that day?
Right up until I left, yes.
What does he mean by
Correct.
that?
So
Butterflies and alibis. That's one of those questions you will become rich if you know the answer to.
did you find it odd that you didn't let Brian and Toni in, but they were there?
I never thought that anything like this would happen in my own home, so I didn't think anything of it.
Do you remember the conversation? Well, do you remember being in the living room, knelt down at the table prior to the incident?
Putting the wall mural together, yes.
Do you remember Brian acting any type of weird or crazy way?
No. You, him, and Adam was in the kitchen
Do you
talking.
do you remember Brian saying anything about a whisper app or a spy app?
Overruled. Do you know? Doesn't mean you have to tell me what he said, but
I don't
are
recall.
you aware of that conversation?
I don't recall, no. We were having our own conversation in the living room.
Prior to you getting up and leaving into your own room to hang up lights, do you remember how I was being or acting?
As I said earlier, everybody seemed normal. Everybody seemed to be getting along fine.
So you don't have any, do you remember me stating anything of the nature? Do you remember me
Come
telling
on.
you to tell Brian?
Objection.
Let him finish the question first.
Do you remember me telling you to tell Brian anything along the line of help?
No.
Not help. Along the lines of to chill out or cool out, anything like that.
Can you say that again?
Do you remember me asking you to speak to Brian about his behavior?
No.
Your answer, objection.
Overruled.
in his-
Overruled. You may answer. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember where everyone was sitting before you went into the room?
Adam was sitting at my table, and you and Brian were standing at my kitchen sink, and Toni was sitting on my couch.
Where was Toni sitting at on your couch?
On my couch, going the closest to my bedroom.
Do you remember me having a cell phone?
Yes.
That night, did you ever see me give my cell phone to Brian?
I wasn't there when you and Brian were interacting like that, so no.
Do you remember or have any recollection of me having a boat magnet in my hand? And
A what?
No,
What?
Poke magnet?
do you know what a boat
Boat?
magnet is?
No.
no.
Poke?
You never seen me with a gun, correct?
I don't remember. Not until I saw you at the front door with Tony.
Okay. So prior to that, you never seen me with a gun?
No.
Who's the nose breather?
I think it's her.
I thought nostrils would be bigger if they did a lot of it. But I don't know how you do meth.
Your Honor, I would like to play this
You smoke it.
interview in its
Oh.
entirety. There are several inconsistencies in what she's stating today inside of this interview.
How long is it?
It's 35 minutes.
All right, go ahead.
For the record, the state would object, Your Honor, for proper impeachment rules.
Overruled.
30. Isn't Ohio East Coast?
Yeah.
It's 1:00. Daddy's hungry.
I'm hungry. That may be a kind of pew pew, the something magnet, magnum, maybe he said.
He said boat magnet.
Just have her hop in the back here. What's that? Which side? That's fine. That's fine. You're up.
Yes.
How you doing? Okay. I'm Detective Taylor. Detective McConnell. Okay. Got your exhibits. You try to get that one on right there. Oh,
That's great.
what's your first name, ma'am?
Angel. A-N-G-E-L.
A-N-G-E-L. Your last name?
McLean, M-C-C-L-A-I-N.
Is it M-C capital C?
She's on camera now.
Well, like,
Mhm.
M-C and then cap.
L-A-N?
Yes. M-C-C-L-A-I-N.
L-A-I-N.
Yeah.
And what's your birthday?
11/4/1989.
Your social?
233-376600.
And what's your address?
2260 Maryland, M-A-R-Y, Maryland. Akron, Ohio, 442.
What's your phone number?
330-775-9791.
Are you working anywhere?
I'm in between jobs right now. I was working at Denny's as a server.
They do this sometimes so they can get it on camera. So it's easier to just interview them instead of having to fight with them after and say, "Oh, we didn't say that."
Are you on Facebook? What's your Facebook?
Angel Marie.
A-N-G-E-L Marie?
Yes.
M-A-R, all one word? You on like Instagram, Snapchat, anything like that?
I have an Instagram, but I don't get on it. I don't log in. I do understand.
Let me get the right spelling again for your last name. I'm sorry. Is it M-C-C-L-A-N-E?
A-I-N. Or A-I-N, sorry. Excuse me with the E.
Yeah, I can't really do anything about it. It's played in open court. So I can go back in and try to blur this part out, but other than that, I don't really have anything I can do about it because that's on Lawn and Crim. But I can try and do it later. Put a sound over it.
MCCLAIN.
Can you just kind of like start at the beginning? What happened tonight? Like basically from the time you got here or everybody got here?
Me and Chip, well, Chip was Ron. He's my roommate in the car in front of me. We came back from Sheets. We come in. They were all upstairs laughing, joking.
Oh,
Brian, which is, I don't know his last name. The girl,
Where's Brian from?
I have no clue. I've only met him twice. I have no
Black
clue.
male?
No, he's a white male.
Home from Sheets. White male. Brian. How old is he? If you have to guess.
I want to say late 30s, early 40s.
Okay. Who else?
Quinton Nixon, well, his girlfriend who was shot. I don't know her name.
whose girlfriend is it?
Brian, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how they introduced her. His name.
Was Brian's girlfriend?
Yes. I think I stepped on her shirt by accident, sir.
You said it was Quentin.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah, Quinton Nixon.
You said Nixon with an I N.
Quinton is Quinton. And then Nixon is like
Nixon.
Yeah.
Okay. He's a black male. Uh-oh.
Actually, when I applied to fly to the US, I have to provide them my links to my social media. You have to do that now, or you can be questioned about it in the airport and be asked to show them your social media. Just so, why shouldn't they ask people who live in the US?
Okay. Just turned 31. When did you turn 31? I'm sorry.
July 18th. So then, who else was there? White male? You said Adam Wright.
Yeah, WRIGHT.
Is he from here?
And he's from here, but I don't know where he's staying now.
Okay.
He just came home from either North Carolina or Toledo.
How long had he been here?
I think there's 3 or 4 days.
And who does he know?
Me. I've known him my whole life.
Was he your friend coming up?
Yes.
Okay.
I've known
How
him
old is
for
he?
like 10. I want to say 36, 37. I can't keep the ages right.
Okay. Is that all who's in the house?
And then me and my roommate, and then my roommate's girlfriend, friend, I don't know her name. Her name's Ashley, but I don't know her last name.
And this is Ron's?
Yes.
Ron's girlfriend, Ashley?
Girlfriend or acquaintance, I don't know what they really are. It's a little weird.
And Ron is your roommate?
Yes.
Her name is Ashley?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Where's she at?
She, I guess, took off out the door after they all took off running. She, I guess, took off. And I was on trying to get myself composed.
Is she a white female?
Yes.
You ever met her before?
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm not sure. Probably around my age.
How old are you?
32. She might be a little older. Not sure.
You know her last name?
No, not really. No.
So you get back, you walk into the scene of them all hanging out, laughing, and whatever.
Laughing, joking.
Who was sitting where?
It was me and I don't know. I want to say Tori was in the living room.
Where was she sitting?
On the other couch.
When you walk into the door or past?
Yeah, when I walked in the door. No, you walk in the door and you looked at her. I looked at her when I walked in.
She isn't a suspect, and again, you don't need as long as you're being interviewed, you don't need your Miranda's read, and as long as you choose to talk to the police, you forfeit all your rights because she chose to get into the car and talk to the police. She could say, I don't want to talk. I want my lawyer present, like everyone should do.
On the couch closest to my bedroom.
Okay.
And then the three guys, Quentin, Brian, and Adam were in the kitchen.
Okay.
And then
Were they sitting or just standing up?
Adam, I think, was sitting. Ronald, or not Ronald, sorry. Quentin and Brian were standing over by the sink.
Okay. And nobody was arguing, no nothing?
No, everything seemed fine. Like, everybody was joking, laughing. Me and Ron, he bought me some lights or whatever for my room, and I was putting them up on my bed. So we went in there to do that. And we heard the tussling, and I went to go open the door, and I heard more gunshots. So I shut the door and tried to have my closet.
Now, when you say your bedroom, which one is your bedroom?
The one with the air conditioner. Right here, if you look up with the pink curtains. The pink room, I guess you could say.
So, when you walk into the front door past the couches,
To the right, my room.
with your TV on the dresser,
Yeah, the full that I've seen.
silver, yep, the silver bedroom.
Yeah,
Okay, you were in the room then?
yeah, me and Ronald was.
Okay, so y'all was in the room putting up the lights.
Yeah.
Was the door shut?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, then when you were in that room at that time, how long were you in the house before you started hearing arguing?
Maybe half hour.
Who was arguing?
I'm not. They all were kind of arguing, I guess. I didn't hear her much say anything.
This is new because she said everyone was having fun. Now everyone is arguing.
Mm-hmm.
But they were. I heard all the men for sure.
And what were they arguing about?
I couldn't make it out honestly.
Okay. Did they have any issues?
All I heard was get off of her or something. That's all I heard.
You heard get off of her?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me get this right.
But she isn't arrested or held. She can leave at any time she wants. They just put her in the car so that the rain wasn't there. It's the same thing in the Sarah Boom case. She was free to leave at any point. Well, maybe not, but you know how it is. Miranda works never.
That girl's name was Tori or Toni or something. Okay. And who was she over there for?
I guess she came with Brian.
She came with Brian.
Yes.
So was Ashley in the room with you and Ron, or was she?
No, she was in the other in Ron's room.
So she wasn't in the living room anymore.
No. She was never in the room. She was in the room.
When you guys got back from Sheets, was Ashley with you?
No, she was in the room.
So she stayed, and you and Ron went to Sheets.
Yeah.
Ashley was sitting on the couch when you walked in, correct?
No, Ashley was not. She was in the room.
Okay, so Ashley was in the room. Not your room, but the room to the left?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know Ashley's last name at all?
No, I don't. I can't think of it right now.
Could it be Barton? Does that sound right?
Okay. So at that point, you and Ron are hanging the lights up in your room. You hear the arguing between Brian, Quentin, and Adam?
Yes.
And Tori.
Yes.
You couldn't really, you said you didn't hear her much though?
No.
Okay. And you couldn't make out what they were arguing over?
The only thing I heard was get off or something.
Whose voice?
Actually, they can. It's a myth that Miranda is a magic get out of jail free card. If you voluntarily talk to the police and say, yeah, I clubbed him in the head. Oh my God, I treated him like Pete Ross treated a baseball. And you say, oh, by the way, you never read my rights. You're wrong. Anything you say can and will be used against you. They'll just have the officers testify that you told them that. Miranda isn't a get out of free. Supreme Court has ruled on that.
Did you hear saying get off?
Honestly, I couldn't really. I want to say it might have been Brian's.
Okay. Then you heard,
Gunshots.
how many gunshots would you say you heard?
Like 4, maybe 5.
From the same gun, or was it a different
It
gun?
sounded like the same gun. I'm not sure though. I don't know the difference.
Was it an automatic?
It sounded like it. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't
little guns like that.
Was it like a big gun, small gun?
I don't know. It wasn't. It sounded like a firecracker to me at first.
Then what?
I tried to open the door, like I said, and the gun, as a bullet came flying past mine around his head, went through my TV.
Hey, Megan Fox Raiders, and welcome to this pro se unaliving case. We just started today. It's a bench trial, so it's all the fun you can have in the world. A guy who doesn't understand the law and no jury to help him out. He has standby counsel. So far, we have heard about how he fired warning pew-pews into the air. And this girl is now testifying about when he unalived a girl in her crack den of an apartment. So, no, he's not a soft-set, but he could just as well be a soft-set. He read a motion for the judge where, well, he didn't read a motion. He just read the law to her. So, and she had already ruled on the same motion earlier. So it's not doing. He's not doing great. Let's just say that. But this lady is in the house when he pew-pews a girl. He claims that there was some kind of self-defense, maybe, but yeah, probably more. They were smoking crack for days, and someone had a pew. But thank you for the raid, Megan, and I hope you had a wonderful stream, and I can entertain your clientele for, I don't know how long this is going to go. I thought they would be at lunch now, but we are now watching an interrogation of this lady. Well, not an interrogation, an interview, because she's not charged with anything. Well, he has a standby counsel, so he could just use that standby counsel. Yes. It's because he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand how to play evidence. He doesn't understand how to introduce evidence. So, but Marissa found some letters he sent to the judge, and let's just say he's not playing with a full deck. He's probably playing with an Uno deck while you're playing poker. This is a true crime channel, and welcome, MG. Brandon was looking for you earlier.
When it came through the wall and through the TV.
When you tried to open the door?
Yes, and I started back, and then we ran into the closet.
Oh yeah, Lamar Ivory. Yeah, he was worse.
Did they ever come in your room?
No.
Oh, and we learned that you get really creative on meth, especially day 2 or 3. They were building wall murals from Temu. They were hanging lights. They were cleaning the house. We should
Sticker art.
Sticker art, yeah. Well, hello, is in chat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and he had an AK in his pants. That he bought of some guy on the street who went to prison because they swapped a revolver for an AK, and that guy's lady wanted to buy the AK back.
And what?
They all took off.
Oh yeah, and we had a 911 call where they used all the gamer words.
Yes.
No, they were arguing again by the door. I heard someone get down on the ground or whatever, and I thought the cops was already here. That the way they were saying get down on the ground, and then.
Did you hear any more gunfire after that?
Not that I remember. And then they jumped off of Ronald's room balcony.
Did you see them do that?
Yes, because after I came out, I heard them going into Ronald's room. I hadn't opened the door to see what's going on, and as far as I seen was Quinton running through the hallway.
Okay.
And then Brian told me to call the police and tell them that he shot her.
Brian said that he shot her?
No, he didn't. He said call the police and say that he shot her. This is whoever else was with him.
Who was he?
Either Quinton. I'm pretty sure it was either Quinton or Slim. Well, Adam. Slim's name, sorry.
Oh, so Adam goes by Slim too?
Yes, sorry.
That's his moniker, his nickname. Slim.
Yeah.
So Brian said that one of those two, either Quentin or Adam,
I
shot.
don't think it was. I don't think it was. Because him and, from my understanding, him and Brian are really close.
So you saying Brian said that he shot him? Did
This is in Akron, Ohio.
he reference who?
No, not.
Did he point at one of the people?
No, they was hanging from the banister.
And if he was hanging from the banister, that means Quentin and Adam was already gone.
No, Quentin was the last one out. I didn't even know that he was still in the house when I went in there to try to see what's going on.
So that's what I'm not understanding.
Slim was, I'm pretty sure, the first one gone over the balcony.
Okay,
And
so
then Brian,
if Brian's gonna make reference to Quentin and Quentin is still in the house,
I didn't know he was in there until he ran past me.
so why would you understand what I'm trying to say now? Brian tells you that he shot him.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that Quentin was in the house.
I didn't know he was still in there until he ran past me.
So that means you was inside the room. You was in Ashley's room at the time?
Ronald's room.
Ronald's room at the time?
I heard him running and I heard glass break. Or whatever broke over in his
So where was Quentin left in the house?
in the living room.
So do you think Brian meant to say it's Quentin?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, it's the only other person that was in the house at the time, I guess.
So why would Quentin want to shoot?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell you.
Maybe the judge is one of those weirdos who don't eat for 12 hours a day or something. You don't get to be my size if you fast.
I don't know why any of them have any. They were all out.
Is it raining?
So who all has guns?
I'm not sure. I know Slim had one. This is Adam.
What kind of gun did he have?
I'm not sure. I don't know guns. I have no clue. I don't know what caliber. I don't really like guns.
Okay. Does Brian know to carry a gun?
Yes.
So Brian's known to carry a gun too. And Quentin's known.
Well, I don't think Quentin has one. But I think.
But Brian is the one who told you that it was.
Yeah, Brian was the one who's girl's boyfriend or husband or something. I don't know. As I said, when Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag on his hand first.
You had a tan person, see?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
How long was it before you ran past you? Like Ron's room.
Yeah, I was coming back into my room.
You quick ran past you. Your Honor, I will pause the video right there. Timestamped at 15 minutes and 5 seconds. Ms. McClain, the detectives asked you if Brian was known to carry guns. And what was your answer?
I couldn't really hear it because of the rain on the thing.
Go back to 1423.
I want to say it might have been Brian's.
Then what?
They all took off. Said, tell the police.
Or Adam?
I don't.
If he was.
As I remember, when Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag on his hand first.
You had a tan person, see?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
How long was it before you ran past you?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Like, you were in Ron's room.
Yeah, coming back into my room.
Your Honor, I think he asked her the question. Yeah, a little bit before.
And if he was hanging from the banister, that means Quinton and Adam was already gone.
No, Quentin was the last one out. I didn't even know that he was still in the house when I went in there to try to see what's going on.
So that's what I'm not understanding.
Slim was, I'm pretty sure, the first one gone over the balcony.
Okay,
And
so
then Brian,
if Brian's gonna make reference to Quinton and Quinton is still in the house,
I didn't know he was in there until he ran past me.
so why would you understand what I'm trying to say now? Brian tells you that he shot him.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that Quinton was in the house.
I didn't know he was still in there until he ran past me.
So that means you was inside the room. You was in Ashley's room at the time?
Ronald's room.
Ronald's room at the time?
I heard him running and I heard glass break. Or whatever broke over.
So where was Quinton left in the house?
In the living room.
So do you think Brian meant to say it's Quinton?
I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, it's the only other person who was in the house at the time, I guess.
So why would Quinton want to shoot?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. I don't know why any of it happening. They were all out.
So who all has guns?
I'm not sure. I know Slim had one. This is Adam.
What kind of gun did he have?
At 13:48, Ms. McLean stated to.
Ask her a question.
Oh, Ms. McLean, did you hear what you stated to the detectives after he
I
asked
do.
you? And what was your answer?
That Slim had a gun. I knew he carried them, but I never seen it.
Correct. Thank you.
I don't know guns. I have no clue. I don't know what caliber. I don't really like guns.
Okay. Is Brian known to carry a gun?
Yes.
So Brian's known to carry a gun too.
At 14, excuse me, Ms. McLean, did you hear the answer you gave the detective timestamped at 14:02?
Yes.
He asked you, is Brian known to carry a gun? What was your answer?
Yes, and that's from what Adams told me about their past.
Okay, moving forward.
And Quentin's known.
Well, I don't think Quentin had one, but I think.
But Brian is the one who told you that it was.
Yeah, Brian is the one who's girl boyfriend or husband or something. I don't know. As I remember when Brian ran past me, he had a brown bag in her.
You had a tan person with you?
I want to say it was the lady's purse.
And how long was it before you ran past you? Like you were in Ron's room.
Yeah, I was coming back into my room.
You quick ran past you.
It wasn't long after they.
Instead of using all of that technology to block out people spying on you, you can just sit in a rainstorm in your car and make all your your phone calls because no one can hear what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you really hear you guys? Sure. Like Adam, how is he involved with? So I know you said Brian and Brian's girlfriend, right? How is Adam involved with these two? Does Adam live here? Does he? Who was he visiting? So you grew up with Adam.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a couple of years.
Does Adam?
I can that you can hear better.
I've never known him until now, which I.
What do you mean until now?
I've never known him to carry gun. I never told him he ever did.
You said until now, like recently? When did you see Adam with a gun?
When he first got here.
Tonight?
No, he's been there.
Ms. McLean, did you hear the answer you gave to the detective when he asked you, when did you first see Adam with a gun?
Yes, I did.
Can you repeat what you said?
I said he had one, but like I said, it was so long ago, I can't recall everything that I said in my police report. And a lot's happened since then, so.
Earlier, you said you didn't see anyone with a gun, correct?
Yes, I just did that.
Prior to the incident, correct?
Yes.
In this statement, is it safe to say that you just said, or did you not just, or did you not just say that you seen Adam, right, with a gun when he first got there?
Yeah, what, a week, 2 weeks prior to that? Yes, but I never seen it after that.
Prior to the incident?
Yes, he was there 2, 3, maybe 2 weeks before you even came.
Okay, so it's safe to say since he's been in your home that he had a gun.
I seen it the one time, I didn't see it after that.
Okay.
So 3 or 4 days, like, when did you see Adam with a gun?
When he first got here.
Tonight?
No, he's been there for like 3 or 4 days.
So 3 or 4 days ago, he came here to visit with you from North Carolina or where?
They're there at Toledo. That's where exactly.
So somewhere out of Akron.
At 6:16, did you hear what you gave, the response you gave to the detective when he asked you, when did you see Adam with a gun?
When he first got there, I said that.
You had just, did you not just say that Adam was there 2 weeks? You said you seen him with a
A
gun.
week or two prior, yes.
Did you hear what you said in your statement?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear that you said 4 days prior to this?
Yes, I did.
So is it safe to say that you answered correctly?
It was a mistake.
He's good at this. At least he,
Yeah.
he knows what's
So
in
it
the
was a
tape.
mistake that you said to the police? that
Yes.
You seen him 4 days prior
Yes,
with a gun?
yes. A lot happened that night, so
He's
it
here.
wasn't to your liking.
What? Just want the truth.
Visiting you for 3 or 4 days. You've known him since you were 10. And then 3 or 4 days ago, he brought a gun. Do you know what kind of gun?
No, I don't.
Was it a handgun? What color?
What's it? Silver?
Silver? How big? Good. Silver. How big?
Honestly, I don't know about this big. I don't like guns, so I'm just like scared of my house.
Did you ask him about it? Like, why
No, I
do you have this gun?
didn't. I didn't ask him.
Did you see Adam with the gun today?
Yes.
What was he doing with the gun today?
It was underneath my, like, it's been by my couch.
So did you hear the question that the detective just asked you at 6:58 timestamp?
Yes,
Can you repeat what he asked you?
he asked me if I seen Adam with a gun that day. And I said yes, but I don't remember seeing him with it that day, honestly.
So why would you tell the police that you seen him with a gun that day?
I don't know. I didn't see no guns that whole day, the whole time, so I don't honestly know.
Ms. McLean, do you know you're under oath?
Yes,
Adam had a gun.
Your Honor, I'd like to play it back
I
one more
had that in
time.
my head too.
She answered it, move on.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
The bullets and everything was out of it, like the where the Phoenix one was out of it.
Was it like in a box or was it in like a holster or what?
It was just out, like
Just in the open?
underneath my couch, under my couch.
Is it still underneath the couch?
I don't know. That's the last place I seen it.
The couch that got the bricks under?
They all got bricks on them. for the-
Can we discuss her eyebrows? If you can see them on the screen, that's probably a little hard.
She looks like Maleficent.
That's very, very, and yeah, she's tweaking. She can't sit still for even if she tried.
So the couch, the one closest to your room.
Yeah, that's the one that the corner over by the stand is where he was at.
So like the closest to your room.
Yeah.
So where would, if you were sitting closest to your room, would the gun be by your room?
The TV, there's a table stand in the corner of the room. When you walk upstairs, there's one in both sides of my living room, the TV.
Okay.
So it's the stand on
in the corner over the picture.
Yeah.
Ms. McCrane, is it safe to say that you not only seen the gun that day, but you also seen what he was doing with the gun?
No. Didn't see what he was doing with the gun.
Did you not hear your answer that you just gave to the detective?
I said that I seen the gun, but I didn't see him doing anything with it. I said I seen the gun, but I didn't see him doing anything with it. It was sitting from that. It said that it was sitting on the floor.
Did you not just say that you seen him take the clip out of it?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
It's a magazine.
Not play back.
I heard it. She's answered.
Runkle,
You saw Adam with the gun today?
okay, very disappointed.
He's had it. Like I said, last time I seen it, it was taken apart. The bullet wasn't inside of it.
So like
by itself.
the gun was not like, so there, when you say taken apart, you mean like there was no magazine in it? Like
Yeah, there's nothing in it. They were separate.
The magazine and the gun?
Yeah.
And you saw it like that today?
Yes. Not long before we went there.
Why was it out? Like were all of those people there when you left for
No.
Sheets? Who all was there when you left for Sheets?
They were sitting in the driveway when we was leaving. Brian and his girlfriend were sitting in the driveway when I was leaving.
Which car?
The red car is sitting next to the grid with all the truck.
Does she like stay in that car from time to time?
I don't know. I don't know. I've never met her until tonight.
And that's Toni or Tori.
Yeah.
Huh. What's Adam's last name?
Right. WRIGHT.
And what about Quinton? How'd he get here?
He is a family friend too.
Oh, you?
Yeah, I call him my nephew. I used to date him about 4 years ago.
Was he here when you guys went to Sheets?
Yes, he was. Adam and Quinton were here, and Ashley.
Ashley, Quinton, and Adam were here. Brian and his girlfriend were outside, and you and Ron left for Sheets. And when you guys came back, was that they were all inside then?
Yeah.
But Ashley was still in Ron's room. You and Ron went into your room to hang lights, and everybody else was out like a no-pain room. When you heard the shot, or the shots, or the arguing, or whatever, and you ran outside, and that bullet went by you at your bedroom. When they ran by, did you see anybody with a gun?
I've seen Brian
No, she's the first one who testifies about the incident.
trying to hand the gun off to Slim, but then Quinton also had a gun.
That's why I used him as a reference, because that's the only baseball player I know.
When the detective asked you, did you see after the shots, the detective asked you, did you see, when you came out of your room, did you see anybody with a gun?
With an urn?
Do you recall the answer?
I saw you and Quinton in the hall, or you and Brian wrestling, and I heard Brian say, "Take this." I don't know what it was. And then Brian or Adam shut the door on me.
So that gun that you saw Brian try to hand off to Adam, was that Adam's gun?
I don't know. I just
What color was it?
I want to say silver.
Was it a handgun too?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit smaller.
How about Quentin's gun? Was
I
it?
didn't know that he had one. Honestly, he was. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't know that he had one here. I don't have to see
Who?
one. Quentin. Never seen him before.
But after, when you ran out, then you saw Quinton with one?
I seen him with the purse. I seen when I opened the door, I got a glance, and that's when I shut the door back.
A glance of what?
Of him over by the wall,
Which wall?
where there's a hole in my wall.
You saw Quinton right there?
Yeah.
And Quinton, did he have a gun?
Yes. Yeah, that's when I came back in the door and shut
What
the door.
color was
He
his
shut
gun?
the gun. It was silver.
So everybody has silver gun.
Yes. That I remember.
Was the gun that Quinton had the same as you saw Adam with?
I'm not sure.
Did Quinton threaten you not to open the door? Or?
No, I just got scared and I shut the door back, and then that's when the bullet came flying through the door, or the wall.
At 21:25, the timestamp on the video, they asked you if Quinton threatened you with the gun. Do you remember your answer?
Yes.
And what was it?
No, you didn't directly threaten me. No, you did not. But you pointed in my direction when the first bullet went through my wall.
Put your phone away, ma'am, and on silent, please. Thank you.
So you're stating that I threatened you,
I never stated that you threatened me.
or I pointed the gun at you.
You did. It was in my direction.
May I ask why you didn't tell the detective this at the time of this interview?
Again, everything happened so fast and a lot just happened. A girl was just murdered in my house. I'm a little messed up from it all. Still am.
Understandable. Your Honor, I'd like to play that portion back.
So, Mr. Nixon, the purpose of that is for you to impeach her. She's answered your question.
Okay.
So it's up to me to determine her credibility.
Your Honor, can I please stand for a second? Okay. Go ahead. I just have back injury.
After you heard the initial shooting?
Yes.
So you said Adam was the first one out of the house? So at what point did you see Brian try to give Adam a gun?
When he was trying to get through the door,
What door?
the back door.
The slider?
He was yelling at him to take the gun.
Giggity, giggity, giggity. And at that point, Brian had the gun in his hand?
Yes.
And then did Adam take the gun from him?
No, I didn't see. I should the door back. I don't know.
And then when you came back out, then you saw Quinton with a gun? Or did
No,
you,
when I first opened the door,
when that bullet went by you?
when I heard the tussling, I opened the door, and then I seen Quentin with the gun, and then I heard.
Who was tussling?
I want to say it was Quentin and the girl, and then I think I seen Brian go over, and I shut the door.
And that was in the beginning before the shots?
Yes.
And is that when you heard someone yell, "Get off of her"?
Mm-hmm.
So were you thinking that was probably Brian telling Quentin get off of
I'm
her?
thinking so.
And then
I was trying to hide in my closet.
how much time between that and did you heard the shot go off?
Not long after I shut the door, because it
So,
came
like,
through the door.
Seconds?
Yeah.
And then you reopen the door. You see Adam run by. You see Brian try to hand the gun to Adam.
Yeah, I heard them tussling, like I said, and I went to open the door. Slim was running by, and then Brian was out on the floor. I don't know, screaming.
Is this before or after the gunshots?
This was after, and they were both all trying to leave. Right at the closet or the door.
So initially you just heard them tussling.
Yeah.
And then you assumed that it was Brian that was telling Quentin to get off of her because you saw Quentin tussling with her.
Yeah, they were kind of like, I guess.
Like into it.
Yeah. And he grabbed her by the head and I shut the door.
He grabbed her by the head?
Yes.
By her head or by her head?
By her hair. I just seen him grab her. I don't know.
Was anybody trying to intervene and get him off?
Not when I seen Brian get up, go toward him, but that's all I seen. After I shut the door.
Why'd you shut the door?
No, I was scared.
Of the fight?
Yeah, I didn't know when I seen Quentin with the gun, and I got scared.
So you see Quentin with a gun and pulling her hair?
Yeah.
And you hear Brian yell, get off of her?
Mhm.
Where was Adam at in all this?
Honestly, I don't even know. I didn't see him.
So you close the door, and then how long? You said seconds after you close the door, you hear the shot.
Yeah, me and Ronald were by the door, and he shot it when we shot it, and it came through right, like, seemed like past his face because he jumped back. Like it hit him or ricocheted or something.
So you heard it was just that one shot at that time or more?
I heard like a couple more after that. I had heard maybe one before that, and then that one. Honestly, I don't know. My mind's so scrambled.
And they was tussling on the couch right by your room?
On by the door.
Okay.
So you hear, you see the tussling, you close the door, within seconds you hear the shots. Yes. How much time then between you hearing the shots and you reopening the door?
Maybe a minute or two, maybe 3 minutes.
So a minute to 3 minutes, you open the door, you see Adam is already in Ron's room.
Yeah, he's going out the door.
He's going out the door. You see Brian right behind him telling him take the gun.
Yes, I want to say him, Quinton and Brian was tussling on the floor in front of my door.
So now Quinton and
when I
Brian
opened
are
the door, that's when Brian got up and took off. When I opened the door back up.
So Quinton and Brian are tussling on the floor.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Do you remember it? Do you remember them tussling on the floor?
I remember Brian being on the floor and then him saying that I heard him take it down on the ground. So I thought you guys were here, that's why I opened the door.
And he was telling Brian to get down on the ground, Quinton was?
No, Brian was telling Quinton to get down.
And Brian already had the gun on him.
Yeah. Yeah. It was. Sorry, I'm just.
No, you're fine.
Just take your time to process.
We're not trying to confuse you or anything.
I know. I'm not sure.
We're trying to just get all the facts so we can put this puzzle together.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that Quinton and Brian was arguing in front of my door, and I heard to get down on the ground.
After this is all after the shots.
Yeah.
And Adam's already out the door.
Yes.
Okay. But if Adam's already out the door and you hear
He
him,
was getting ready to go. He was going into the bedroom to climb out the window, out the door.
but you also told us that Adam said
Brian told him to grab the gun, and I never seen him come back to grab it. So I didn't see the gun being handed off to Slim or not.
So who told you again that he shot?
Brian did. And then that's when Quinton came flying through with her. When I say it was her purse.
Quinton took her purse?
Yes.
Does Brian's girlfriend, the one that was shot, did you see her with a gun at all?
No, I did not actually. No, she had a purse. I don't know what she had in it.
What color was the purse?
Like a tan and brown.
Was it leather or cloth or?
I want to say it was cloth. Like Michael Kors, I think.
What is it?
Michael Kors.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, she's
So who do you
rolling in
think shot her?
these methods.
I mean, honestly, from the tussle, I would say it would have been Quinton. Because I said he had the gun when I first opened the door.
You think Brian wrestled it away from her? Or how did he?
So, and he was trying to get it, and then that's when I heard the gunshots go off. I don't honestly know who did it.
But when you saw Quinton run past you with the purse, he had a gun still?
No, I didn't. Brian had the gun. And
The one that Quinton had?
I'm not sure which one it was. I've seen him trying to hit the gun on.
You got these guys' phone numbers?
No, I don't know Brian, and Slim is a text now number. And I just had Quinton on my Facebook.
You know Quinton's Facebook?
It's Ink Goat True.
Ink, goat,
Ink?
true.
Ink.
Like INK?
Yeah.
Who
All
is
one word.
this?
Goat.
This-
Goat. Yeah. And then space True. TRU. No, just no E.
Okay.
That's
Like
Quinton.
that. Ink, goat,
Yeah.
true.
He's that's what
What?
Where at?
he does it.
Does he have a shop or he just
No,
shows
no.
up? So,
Yeah.
These guys aren't buying what she's saying.
What is Brian and Tony into?
I have no clue. As I said, I only met Brian a couple days ago, and this is the first time I've met Tony. No idea.
Hey, Sue, some guys just have that magic thing. Maybe it's meth, maybe it's magic.
And Slim knows Brian?
Yeah, from my understanding, we were friends, but I've never met him before. But I haven't seen Slim in a couple of years.
So what made Slim just come out of nowhere and visit?
He always does. He just comes by to check on me every once in a while when he gets back into town or whatever he's doing.
So what brought Brian and his girlfriend? And how long have they been here?
They, like I said, we were gone maybe.
I mean, have they been staying here the last few days?
No.
So they just showed
They
up
just
today.
visited, yeah.
Adam's been here for 3 or 4 days.
Mhm.
They showed up today to visit.
Mhm.
And Quentin showed up today, or has he been staying here?
He stayed like 2 or 3 nights.
Same as Adam?
Yeah.
So you, Adam, and Quentin are all real close?
Yeah. And Brian and Slim are really close.
Do you have any relationships with them?
Adam is actually my ex from years and years and years ago. We just remain really good friends.
Why
My
would
family knows him.
why would Ron's girlfriend, why would she take off?
I think she had a warrant, to be honest.
What's her warrant for?
I'm not sure.
No, I mean, we're not really concerned about that, but she thought it was serious enough to take off.
I don't know. She kind of panicked.
Does she have a car?
If you look at her eyes, she is on more magic powder right now than Scarface in the end of the movie. So that's probably why her emotional level is a little bit off.
No,
Where would they have gone?
I have no clue. I couldn't tell
Do
you.
they so Adam's not from the area.
No.
Brian is he from the area?
He's from Akron, that's all I know.
Okay.
And so Quentin's actually from Cleveland. Well, born in Cleveland.
But where's he been staying?
He's been staying with his mom over on
On Wilbur?
right across the street from his homes. It's like a pink apartments.
Like up from the Dairy Queen?
Yeah, on the left.
On the same side as Dairy Queen?
Yes. I'm not sure. I know there's 2 sets there.
But he lives in the pink ones?
Yeah, I think they're both pink, aren't they? If I remember correctly.
So if you're looking
He
at
lives
the
on the
two,
bottom. I'm not sure.
so are there 2 buildings, the pink
Yeah,
apartments?
there's 2.
So if you're on Wilbeth looking at the pink apartments, is he on the left or the right?
The pink apartments are on the left side, and then it's the Wilbur's on the right. So like if you're coming from here,
No, I'm saying if you're standing on Wilbeth looking at his apartment,
Oh,
like we're
okay.
looking here,
Um,
which building is it?
let me say the first one on the left.
On the
first-
left?
Yeah, when you're going up Wilbur's, I think it's the first one.
So I'm standing on Wilbeth looking at the 2 pink
That's what Shizzy is calling a family reunion, MG.
apartments. He's on the left,
Mm-hmm.
on the bottom, with his mom.
Let me ask you something. With Quentin and Ashley had known Brian and Tony before today.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have known them.
Well, Quentin met Brian when he came over the one time with Slim. But that's the only time
When was
emailed
that?
him. Maybe 2 or 3 days ago.
And that's the first time you met Brian?
Yes. And I've always heard of him. You know, Slim talk about him. I've never met him.
You started yawning.
Now, Angel, we don't care. We're not narcotics detectives. But is this somehow related to dope? Did this girl, Brian's girlfriend, did she buy dope off Quentin? Did Quentin buy dope off her?
Not that I know.
I mean, what?
I didn't see any, change.
Do you know if Brian and Tony are having a lot of money?
I don't know, honestly.
Do
I don't
you know if Brian hustles?
I'm not sure. I don't know much about him at all.
Does Adam hustle?
Not that. I mean, he used to, and that's the wrong number, so I'm sorry. I just see my number, 775.
My bad.
It's okay.
So,
I don't know what they were doing here. I didn't see if any of that was going on before I got here, because they wasn't even in the same room with each other.
But what about the other day? Could they have?
No, they were just talking, and then Quentin and Brian was like rapping. Like I have a rap battle. That was it.
They were spitting bars,
They
man.
both rap. I know Quentin does for sure.
They pull up to this den
I
where the
didn't see
meth
anything.
is
I know
flowing
she had
in.
hit a
Met this shorty with the crazy eyes, and I bet her before I tell her lies. That's my rap battle. Now it's,
Anything we haven't asked that would help
you have
us
to
figure
reply.
out what happened?
Mr. McLean,
almost done.
Do you, prior to the last question, he asked you is there anything else that they didn't know? He asked you, do they smoke? Do you remember what your answer was?
He asked me if I seen you guys smoking. I said no. She was hitting a vape. I know Quentin, they all have a lot of tattoos. Like, a lot.
They have a lot
I
of
don't
what?
like tattoos.
And you have no idea where they might be going. No phone numbers for Quentin, Brian, Adam.
I have a text now number for Slim. And I have Quentin on my Facebook. Well, he was on my Facebook.
But she's close to him. Got it.
And you don't really know Brian or his girlfriend.
This is my second time meeting Brian, but the first time meeting his girlfriend.
Anything else? All right, well, they're doing some stuff in there. So we'll let you back in the cruiser with your dog. We appreciate you. They're actually.
Your Honor, that's the end of the,
All righty. Any other questions, Mr. Nixon?
yes. Ms. McLean, you stated that Adam pushed you back in the door when you opened it. You stated that twice today.
Yes.
May I ask why you didn't tell the police that night?
I did say he shoved me, and I shut the door. He pushed me back, and I shut the door.
Today you stated that we were all high and getting high and smoking meth. Why
Yes,
didn't
sir.
Why didn't you state that night when they asked?
They asked at the scene at the incident. I didn't see nobody smoking, no, but earlier that day, yes, everybody was smoking.
When he asked you if you seen anybody smoking and you said a vape, can you explain to the court what that is?
It's a vape. I'm assuming it was like nicotine. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows what a vape is. Kind of hard to explain.
Not really.
And I want to say it was yellow.
Isn't it just saying it's an electronic cigarette that you use not to smoke real cigarettes?
Yeah. And it's evaporating the substance.
Yeah.
It's not that hard, I don't think.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. May I sit here, Your Honor?
You may.
You were, Angel, you were asked multiple times on cross-examination, how was the defendant acting? And
He seemed normal.
And
everybody seemed normal, like everybody was having a good time.
And I was going to say normal, meaning everyone getting along.
Yeah.
You said that you saw him smoking earlier that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever seen the defendant high?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you high that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You saw your interview. Your interview was all over the place. Would you agree?
Yes.
Were you high in that car?
I would say so, but I mean, if you smoke during the day, it doesn't just wear off. You know what I mean? So, but I hadn't smoked when I got back home. No.
Okay. Have you seen the defendant high before
the incident? Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Before the incident? Yes.
Okay. Did you see the defendant high on the day of the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you say acting and when you say normal, is that referring to getting along with everybody, not fighting,
Yes,
not
ma'am.
whether he was high or not?
Yes, ma'am.
In the interview, you stated that you seen Adam with a gun when he first got there. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
fair? And then you referenced 4 or 5 days, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a correct amount of time that Adam had been at your house?
No, ma'am. He was probably there maybe a week or two prior, but everything just is jumbled at that point, you know.
You were also asked about the defendant, and you stated in the interview, he was there 2 or 3 days.
He came on the 18th, yes.
Now,
So,
that's more than 2 or 3 days, correct?
yes.
So that was incorrect. So your days were off
Yes.
in the interview.
That's what happens when you get high. That's why I've been clean for 2 years.
And not just high, you just saw a
Sleep
jarring
deprived.
incident. Is that
Yes.
correct? You were asked in the interview, is Brian known to carry a gun? When the defendant asked you on cross, you said you got that information from Adam.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally ever seen Brian?
No, ma'am. Like I said, I just met him a couple days prior. Didn't see him go in my house with one. So,
When you were gone with Ron to the store, you were not privy or you did not have knowledge how the defendant was acting at your house. Is that a fair statement?
true.
So if he was acting weird or any other kind of way, you would have never known.
Sure.
Because it was her house.
Do you have anything else? I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Most people who are high on meth probably isn't that credible.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and take our break. I
Oh,
was trying not
sweet.
to interrupt that witness, but we are going to take you can step out that door. Take a relatively short lunch break. So I'm going to say at 2:30 we'll be back. And then you may call your next witness.
Well,
We're adjourned.
la-di-da.
Sorry, Terry.
So 40 minutes till we go again. That was an interesting case today.
Yeah.
Not what I expected when I started, or when I saw it, but it turned kind of interesting. Let's just
Yeah.
say that.
It definitely was more entertaining than I expected.
Yeah. And well, it helps her if they corroborate with other witnesses that it happened. But again, remember, it's only the judge who's listening. It's not a jury. A judge is doing this every single day. So all of the things where you're normally sitting there and said, "Oh, that's so bad," a judge will see right through most of it.
And
So-
sees crackheads every day, I'm sure.
Yeah, and she's seen a crackhead testify before. It's like I saw something with Judge Fleiser yesterday, where a guy was sniffling, and he said, "Have you been doing drugs before you came here today?" No. So if we drug test you right now, well, only a little bit. Oh well. And then that idiot starts begging for another chance. I gave you a chance the last time. Yeah, but one more chance. Nah, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully she can stay. If she's been clean for 2 years, and that's probably a good thing. Jamie is missing out all the fun, but she's on vacation, so that's why
I'm sure
she's not
she's
here.
listening.
So sadly, that's why. Probably weed only. Yeah, that's what they call California clean, right? Where you just don't do the hard stuff anymore. Well, this is a guy who pew-pewed into the air to scare some people off. He more or less admitted that part on video. And the big one in this one is a girl, Toni, went to a crack den, and everything was going fine. At some point, he self-defended her in the neck with her pew-pew. According to him, the state is just saying, well, he unalived her and ran off with her purse. That's kind of where we are right now. Yes, I know they have THC vapes because I learned that in the Carly Gregg case. Oh, how is Bahamas, Jamie? Well, Sue, as I always tell my friends who are prison wardens, how come I see so many of the people reoffending in court? Because whenever I send them away from court, they want to get clean, they want to get out of it, they're never going to do crimes again. And when they get out of prison, they start right up. It must be prison destroying them. Couldn't be that they're lying to me. Oh. So, but I'm going to go make me some dinner. I'm going to redirect you all over to the afternoon stream. Hopefully you'll join us for the afternoon as well. If you are going to make sure that you are getting the notifications, because YouTube is a-hole. Follow me on the Twitch or join the Discord, and you can get the notifications there, because we put up when we go live on those two places, because the Twitch is a little bit no, the YouTube is a little bit not that good. 2:30 will be the time, so in 30 minutes we're back. Did she maybe have drug in her person he wanted and she wouldn't give them up, probably why he ran off with it? I was thinking the same thing, Butterfly. So go get something to eat.
She's not going to need them.
Yeah. Get a pee break, whatever you need. 30 minutes. It's a quicken, and we'll be right biggity back, as we say in my rap battle group, when we hang out in meth houses and battle rap, because that's what the cool people do.
What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. All right. 100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor. So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
All
right, I'm in love. Go back. Please do that again. Oh, that was the cutest thing I've ever seen.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.